Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter S16. Shun 16. That Yuigo. S16 The unrest that creeps to the peaceful shadow. Yuigo didn't came to the classes after that. It seems that he's still staying in the academy, but I never saw Yuigo after that incident. It was the same even if I asked Su and Katiya. He should just die because he make a move on Nii-sama. Su. You must not say such a silly thing. However, I certainly can't agree that there's no blame. The criminals who attacked Paulton and the others seems to have committed suicide without confessing any information after all. In the confinement place where they are restricted, it seems that the preparations to let them confess was not able to be done. By the way, in the matter that's considered to be important, when a person is forced to confess, a certain item is used. It's the curse tool that's loaded with the power of the heresy magic that's said to be forbidden. Heresy magic is said to be a magic that violates the soul, so the prohibition of acquisition is announced by the church. The person who has this magic skill will be arrested by the church, and the person will either be placed under the management of the church throughout the life or be executed. Of course, the item that's loaded with the power of heresy magic is managed strictly by the church, but a person must request to the church to use it, and it's permitted to use it when the church judged that the content of the request is appropriate. Even in this incident, after the criminals were made to transport to the royal capital, they should be forced to confess using the item. They might have committed suicide because they foresee that I was made to recognize this world and the world of my previous life are different again. Even if they can't prove the relation to the assailants, it's a fact that the person himself attacked the royalty of another country. Don't you find it strange that he's not charged with a crime? To Katiya's question, I can't answer. Certainly, the fact that I was attacked by that guy doesn't change. But still, there was no blame in that guy. It's an unimaginable thing in Japan. There's nothing strange about it. Because here is such a world. The one who answered Katiya's question was Yuri. Shunkun and the others might not realized it because you are all at that position. The social position of this world has power that's much stronger than what everyone think. Because I'm a former orphan and a commoner, I have seen this kind of thing a lot of times. There was a person who was executed after being hit by a noble because the noble's hand was hurt when hitting the person. There was a family who were executed because the vegetables sold were infested with insects. This kind of story overflows throughout the world. Not only me but Katiya also became speechless. We might not know about the world at all. The difference of the social position is an absolute difference. Yuigo-kun is the next emperor of the world eminent large country. It's a simple thing to make an incident like this unsettled. Katiya who looks bitter. My face would also be the similar. Therefore, divine word is the true equality. Divine word won't discriminates anyone. Divine word grants benefits equally to everyone. Divine word is the truth of this world and the light that wraps everything. I leave Yuri who have started a trip. When it comes to this, she won't stop. Even if there's no listener, she will continue to talk about the magnificence of divine word endlessly. Although I listened to her at first, I became good at pretending to listen to her and ignore the contents now. I think about Yuigo while ignoring the divine word admiration of Yuri who has sparkling eyes. What will happen to that guy in the future? Status is lowered, and all of the skills were lost. Perhaps, he's same as me, the emperor skill that he has by nature was lost. The only skill remained was the NIW that has an unknown effect. Sensei didn't erase this skill. Did she left it on purpose? Or, was it because she's not able to erase it? Apparently, this mysterious skill is a skill peculiar to we who reincarnated. Both Katiya and Yuri have this skill. And, probably Sensei too. What kind of meaning does this skill has? However, at present, this skill hasn't showed its effect. A skill that doesn't shows its effect even by possessing it. Such a thing is useless. If I think about that, Yuigo would lose all his skills. His status is the low-rank monster class. There's no skill that can be relied on either. Speaking frankly, the current Yuigo has fell to the weakest class as a human. The weakening of Yuigo will also be widely known someday. If that happens, then I don't know what will happen to his future. The worst case, breaking off the relations might be announced from the native country. His native country, The Ring's Ant Empire where power is everything. Will he who became weak still maintain as the successor to the throne? When thinking so, this might be the punishment given to him. Yuigo indulged in power. After being indulged in power, even his mind has suffered. Will there be hope to live in a man who lost all his powers? Would I indulge in power like Yuigo if Julius and Isama, Su and Katia doesn't exist? I think that it's not impossible. I know the person who's stronger than me. But still, I think that I will get drunk on my own strength suddenly once in a while. I might be actually strong. Yuigo becomes arrogant to that extent, so I'm sure that there's no one stronger than him in his surroundings. Even the Ring's Ant Empire's true strength supremacy principle that's said to be a battleground. Then, even if there's a difference in magic or physical, I who have the status that's almost equal to him might be considerably strong. If that's the case, then if the environment is different, it might be me who will become like Yuigo. I shivered when I think about it. Possibly, the one whose status and skills got deprived by Sensei might be me. Sensei, that person is also terrifying. Because I entered the academy and my age reached the standard, I acquired some magic skills. I don't know what will happen if I wasn't saved by Sensei that time. But, even if I win or lose, it might have become a fierce battle that it won't end with a scratch. Even if I'm peace-loving idiot, but still, in that situation, I should have done one counter-attack at least. However, I'm sure that I will hesitate about giving the decisive blow. When thinking about it, I think that the winning rate of Yuigo who don't hesitate is higher. And, Sensei neutralized that Yuigo easily. In other words, I can't win against Sensei too. What if Sensei tries to weaken me and Katia? I don't have the technique to resist. After that incident, Sensei didn't come to the class again. Although it's the usual, such action seems to be even more weird if it's after that incident. What kind of activity does Sensei do in the back? How did she acquire such power? What is she trying to do with such power? I don't know. It's full of things that I don't understand. But, I don't think that I can get the answer even if I ask the person. Besides, I'm scared that I will stir up a hornet's nest if I poke it poorly. However, although it's my intuition, I think that Sensei is not an enemy. Although what she's doing in the back is a mystery, I think that she's not doing something that will harm us. Although it's not possible to know about it now, I think that a day when everything is spoken will surely come. I decide to believe in Sensei and wait till then. That's why Shunkun should also convert into the divine word religion. When I was ignoring Yuri, my hand was clasped by her before I know and I was pressed for an answer. Although I admit that the divine word religion is excellent, I will refrain from it. I unbind Yuri's hands gently while cold sweat flows down because Su engender a silent pressure. Recently, Yuri has been pressing on me whether to convert into the divine word religion or not. Although I decline her gently every time, Yuri doesn't give up. Because Su seems to lose her temper every time, I want Yuri to stop because it makes me feel nervous. Although it's as usual that Su scowls at Yuri, Katia looks strange. Usually, she would make an amazed face in such time. What's wrong? Katia, what happened? Nothing. What's it suddenly? No, because Katia's state was somewhat strange. I'm as usual. Is that so? If you are ill, then say so, okay. Yes. There's no need to worry. Because the person herself says that she's fine, it should be alright. And, when I turned around, Su and Yuri looked strange this time. This time is you guys. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Su and Yuri look at each other, and both looked strange. I have no idea what's going on. After all, everyone have a strange look on that day. Su-chan, what do you think of it? Not yet. But, it's not impossible. You think so too? That's bad. Very bad. It's bad. Very bad. But, it can't be stopped. This might be a formidable enemy. Mew. It's not decided to be like that yet. Yuri right. As for us, we can only pray that it won't happen. Damn it. Like I will let it end here. This world is mine. Mine, only mine, the world only for me. I won't accept such an end. I won't accept it. I won't let it end until I obtain everything. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill desire LV1. That fucking elf. I'll absolutely get my revenge. I won't forgive you, absolutely won't forgive you. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill anger LV1. I will definitely deprive all of your things someday. In the same way as you did to me. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill seizure LV1. Just wait for me. I will destroy everything that guy values. On top of that, I'll rape that fucking bitch and won't stop even if she cries or screams while laughing. Skill proficiency reached. Acquired skill lewd technique, LV1. Just wait for me. I will take back this world. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 106. Chapter 106. The author added parentheses to the parallel will Kumokos. Equals body in charge. Equals magic in charge. Information in charge is herself. 106 eel again. Wow. Here is dangerous. In front of me is a lake of huge magma spreads out all over. And, there's no path. Did I take the wrong path? I thought about it, but this middle layer is a wide and big passage that continues for a long time. Because the width is around 1 kilometer, it feels wrong to call it as a passage. So, I must cross this lake of magma in order to advance ahead. Fortunately, although there's no path, there are small islands at some places. It's possible to jump from island to island if it's with my jumping power, and the worst, I can even advance on the ceiling. Although it's possible to break through because it's me, isn't it impossible for human? After all, the human's limit is the upper layer. I think that it's impossible to capture this labyrinth that has the area of the scale more than Hokkaido. A person must have the power of the legendary class like the hero. Though I don't know whether there's such thing or not. A handsome young man liked by the administrator might get such special powers unexpectedly. Wah, that's unfair. If there's such thing, then give it to me too. It's not good, I see, that's obvious, right? Ah. I escaped from reality for a moment. What I said that it's possible to break through is only crossing over this magma. What's dangerous here is that a lot of monsters lurk here. This lake of magma is wide and the depth is considerably deep. The depth is around 200 meters. If the magma gets clogged up that much, won't it cool down and harden? Although I think of it, this huge lake is actually formed here. And, in that deep and wide lake, there's a lot of monster. It's good if it's a small fry, but there are dangerous ones mixed among them. There seems to be a sign of eel within the range of my detection here and there. This is dangerous. Although I want to ignore the monsters in advance, from my experience so far, I seem to get involved in such dangerous zone. The footing is bad. There's no escape. If I fall, I will die. Countless formidable enemies. I can't get tired of it. I can't get tired of this. My danger perception is reacting strongly. But, I can't advance ahead unless I break through here. Really, what is this labyrinth? It doesn't have the mind to let me capture it, right? Die? The god says, I'm destined to die here. Administrator, is it your act? Ha. Yosh. Let's go. In the way that combat is avoided as much as possible. Strategy, let's advance further, change to treasure my life. Thus, I jump to the nearest island first. Land splendidly. An eel that appears from the bottom. Oh I. However, it's still not the time to panic. Although the eel is a formidable enemy, the current me should be able to defeat it. But, should I escape from here for safety? Body in charge, magic in charge, what do you think? The footing is small and it's hard. One vote to escape. Agreed. There's no need to fight purposely on a disadvantageous field. Yosh, let's escape. Yes sir. I will support. Therefore, I will escape. Although I thought about it, the eel's state is strange. Even though it should have noticed my existence, it doesn't try to attack me at all. No, it stiffens in its attacking posture. Information in charge, isn't this paralysis? Ah, that's it. That's right. When I became level 5, I acquired Evil Eye of Paralysis. Although I thought that I was going to pick Evil Eye of Extinction or Evil Eye of Petrifaction at first, I stop after all and pick Evil Eye of Paralysis. The reason is because I have experienced the paralysis myself, and I noticed how dangerous was it. That's dangerous. It's impossible to move. Because of that, I was almost dead, or rather, I died in HP. The Evil Eye of Extinction is good if I take its offensive ability, but judging from corrosion attack, it's scary that it seems to damage myself. In addition, I can't eat if I use it on a small fry because the corpse doesn't remain. The reason of Evil Eye of Petrifaction is also the same. As expected, I can't eat stone. Besides, I know that petrifaction is certainly troublesome because I was harmed by the petrifaction lizard before, but it needs time to show its effect. Although petrifying a part of my opponent's body is certainly an unpleasant effect from the opponent's point of view, but it's not an advantage for me. Stopping apart from being use. If it's like that, then paralysis that can stop the whole body is better. Thus, the second Evil Eye was decided to be paralysis. This is also the same as the Evil Eye of Curse, that it consumes MP while activating it. But, even if I activate both at the same time, it's rather a positive income and expenditure by the effect of magic extremity and satiation. About the satiation stock, it has been understood that automatic recovery is also stocked naturally. Super convenient. Thanks to that, my HP is saved up little by little. Though the HP is hard to recover because of the heat damage. Because my MP recovers very fast, I use it as much as possible. Because there's a skill called Magic Combat Act that raise the physical ability temporarily by consuming MP, I tried circulating magical power in my body and the skill was acquired comparatively easy. This also is activated continuously now. Fighting Spirit, that has the same effect but consumes SP instead of MP, is activated sometimes after I consult with my SP stock. As for Magic, Magic in Charge activates continuously centering on Shadow Magic. Though she's firing Poison Magic towards the eel now. The eel receives the poison while paralyzed, the curse reducing its HP slowly, and it died in the end. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV6 has become LV7. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Thread Talent LV3 has become Thread Talent LV4. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV7 has become LV8. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill points gained. Because it was wasteful to let my precious meat sink, I managed to raise it up to the land using the thread. I change the thread that caught fire quickly and pull it like this, take, change, pull, change. This might be more harder than a battle. I didn't thought that the eel that I had a hard fight last time can be killed this easily. I really became incredibly strong. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 107. Chapter 107. The start of the second Spider vs Fire Drake. 107 Master of the Flame Sea. Now that I know that even the eel can't defeat me, there's no one that can defeat me in this middle layer. Excluding Mother. There's no way I can win against such thing. But, the eel was actually outstandingly strong in this middle layer, so there's no monster that can be my enemy in the middle layer. Although it might be a different story if it's the lower layer, the greatest enemy in the middle layer is the terrain, so the monster's strength itself is not that much. If it's the catfish class monsters, there are here and there, but there's not much when it comes to the eel class. I mean, there's only the eel. Isn't it impossible for me to lose any more in the middle layer because I can defeat the eel easily? Therefore, I decided to hunt assertively at the lake of magma. If I can paralyze the eel, the win is mine already, so victory is decided at the moment when most of my opponents were paralyzed. In the present condition that spider thread can't be used, it looks like acquiring Evil Eye of Paralysis is right as a new restriction means. Speaking of Evil Eye, although my skill points increase because I leveled up, I decided to save it without acquiring a new Evil Eye this time. It's also because the remaining lineup of the Evil Eyes became doubtful. The might be a self-destruction, Evil Eye of Ruin. The mass production of uneatable parts, Evil Eye of Petrifaction. Because I have the heresy magic, acquiring the heresy type evil eyes have become meaningless. That's why, I'm saving now to acquire higher rank skill. Actually, I have decided what skill to acquire. I'm looking forward to acquire this. Kyufufu. I advance through the lake triumphantly. But, since the first eel, the monsters doesn't attack me. Everyone conceal themselves in the magma. Did I overdo it? The spider that defeats the eel easily, that's the boss class in the middle layer. If I'm a monster that inhabit in the middle layer, then I definitely won't attack. Oops. Does this means that I have done it? I can't do anything from here when they are shutting themselves in the magma. Well, it can't be helped. Although I want to gain experience points and raise my level, they have their own life. If they attack me, I won't show mercy on them, but I will overlook them if they stay indoors. Be grateful, okay? I think about such thing and advanced further, but my danger perception is reacting. I search the cause of the danger signal using the other perceptions. Found the pertinent individual. An approaching huge sign of fish confirmed under the magma approximately 100 meters of distance and water's surface approximately 30 meters bottom. This is bad. It's obviously bigger than the eel. There's a monster of the length twice of the eel. This is a little bad. Body in charge, magic in charge, prepare to intercept. We don't escape. The footing is bad, so shouldn't we escape? Although I really want to do that, the other side doesn't want to let me go. I wonder does that monster has such a skill, because the other monsters position themselves to block my escape route. I should take it that it doesn't want to let me go. Isn't this dangerous? This is dangerous. Judging from the monster's positioning, it seems to be highly intelligent. Right. And, that guy came out from the magma in front of me slowly. Elrogene Saka LV-17. Status. HP 23312331 green details. MP 18941894 blue details. SP 21192119 yellow details. 23152315 red 264 details. Average offensive ability 1999 details. Average defensive ability 1876 details. Average magic ability 1551 details. Average resistance ability 1528 details. Average speed ability 1657 details. Skill. Fire Drake LV9 Reverse Scale LV2 Automatic HP Recovery LV2 MP Recovery Speed LV1 MP Consumption Down LV1 SP Recovery Speed LV3 SP Consumption Down LV3 Flame Attack LV5 Enhanced Flame LV3 Enhanced Destruction LV2 Enhanced Blow LV4 Cooperation LV5 Command LV7 Accuracy LV1 0 Evasion LV1 0 Probability Correction LV8 Presence Perception LV4 Danger Perception LV7 High Speed Swim LV7 Overeating LV8 Blow Resistance LV6 Heat Nullity Constitution LV1 Agility LV8 Endurance LV9 Herculean Strength LV1 Solid LV1 Magician LV4 Protection LV4-LV5 Skill Points 11250 Title Monster Killer Monster Slaughterer Leading 1. It's a drake that appeared there. It's a genuine drake that has a drake-like form more than the eel. Seeing the skill composition, it's probably the evolution form of the eel. It's hard to say that this guy is a fish. It's a genuine fire drake. This is a dangerous guy. Although it's still better than the earth dragon or mother, it's still strong. Can I win? The reverse scale is a higher rank skill of dragon scale, and the effect simply rises. Although I didn't mind it before, the dragon scale has the effect of weakening the magic power by interfering the magic formula composition. If it's the eel's scales, it can't interfere my magic because I have magic extremity, but this fire drake's reverse scale might be able to obstruct my magic. There's also the combo of accuracy and probability correction that tormented me in the eel's case. Moreover, evasion joins there too. Furthermore, it's fully loaded with the fire attribute attack that's my weakness. And, the most troublesome one is the cooperation and command skills. The monsters that came out from the magma one by one were caught by my detection. Cooperation and command have the effect as shown in their name. Cooperation increase the ability to cooperate, and command has the effect of accompanied by subordinates. Both skills come from the title leading one, but this title is also a tricky thing. This title has the effect of raising some of the subordinates' status. Who's completely surrounded by a crowd of monsters. The Fire Drake who leads it. The Battle of the Spider and the Fire Drake group begins. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Already the conclusion? 108 Master of the Flame Sea. Well, body in charge. This is hard. The fact that there's no footing is hard. Body in charge, go with evasion as maximum priority for now. Okay. If possible, I want to keep the Fire Drake in my view. I will do my best, but I will give priority to evasion. That's fine. There's a chance to win if I can reduce even a little with Evil Eye. And, magic in charge. Intercept the opponent's attacks and small fry cleaning. Is that okay? Okay. Our mutual understanding level set to the maximum. Because I will circulate information at any time. Roger. The tuning level is raised to the maximum and 3 consciousness overlapped. When it's this situation, even a little discrepancy can't be allowed. But, there's no problem. Even if there are 3 wills, they are all me. It's impossible that an opinion differs from me. First, I must increase the number of usable footings. I'm at a small island now. If it's here, I can't evade as I want. But, even if I move to the other islands, there are monsters floating on around the area. Even if I jump, I might be intercepted in the air. The Fire Drake roars ignoring me who's thinking. That's the signal, and the surrounding monsters shoot fireball all at once. I jump up. The island that I made as a footing sinks into the sea of flames. More fireballs attack me who jumped, but all are intercepted by firing Poison Bullet. Poison Bullet possesses the physical offensive ability to some extent. It's the most suitable magic for interception among my magics. I fire a thread to the ceiling, and pull immediately. I escape to the ceiling. I start moving quickly. When doing that, I activate Poison Bullet and Poison Synthesis, and scatter my poison. Poison Bullet is precision fire. Poison Synthesis, the amount is increased and surface attack. The poison generated by Poison Synthesis pours into the overhead of the monsters. With that alone, monsters die noisily. But, the monsters' fireballs also fly towards me. I kick the ceiling and fall towards the island. I intercept the approaching fireball with Poison Bullet. I land on the new island safely. I jump up again at that moment and evacuate to the ceiling. An extra large fireball hits the island where I was directly. It's the Fire Drake's fireball. That one just now is probably either the flame ball that's acquired at Fire Drake LV5, or the large flame ball that's acquired at Fire Drake LV7. If it's the large flame ball, then it's fine, but if that's a flame ball, that means that it has a more powerful fireball attack. Either way, I will die if I receive that. I evade the endless storm of fireballs earnestly, and scatter poison on the interception. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV8 has become LV9. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Fighting Spirit LV3 has become Fighting Spirit LV4. Skill points gained. Crap. The shedding is starting. My movement became dull for an instant because of that. The monster's fireball hits me directly. Cool. That's effective. But, it was endeared. It was good because it's a small fries fireball. Although my HP decrease a lot, it's not to the extent that I will die. I never thought that I will receive damage because of the level up shedding that helped me so far. The timing was bad. I run around the ceiling and make a landing sometimes, then I return to the ceiling again. That's repeated. The 3D maneuver skill that raised plainly is useful. There's also the grace of my status growth, and it's possible to move more smoother on the ceiling than the time I fought against the eel. Although it's still slow compared with the ground, it's easy if I only need to avoid the small fries fireball. The problem is the attack of 3 eels and the Fire Drake. I can't receive these 4 attacks. There's a possibility that I will die in one hit if I receive it. Anyway, I will devote myself to avoiding now, and gain time. As long as I can gain time, it's my win. One of the eels bend backwards greatly. A flame breath is coming. But, I won't let you do that. I activate Heresy Magic. The magic of Heresy Magic LV5, Hypnosis. The eel which was going to breathe out the flame breath towards me changed its target to the eel next to it and the breath was released. Although it's not effective because the eel has heat nullity, its movement was able to be obstructed. The effect of hypnosis is a magic that forces the target to obey the magic user temporarily. Although I can manipulate only for an instant if it's a monster of the eel level, I can still turn the attack like this. However, it has a quite complicated magic formula construction, and a large amount of MP is consumed according to the opponent's resistance. It's a magic that can't be activated immediately in battle if there's no magic extremity. Besides, although it's effective to the eel for an instant, it's ineffective to the fire drake. It seems that I have to give up on attacking the fire drake and avoid everything. I escape to the ceiling. The fireball follows after that. I continue such a tag endlessly. Because I fought while escaping, I'm quite far from the place I was at first. But, this tag will end soon. The small fries drop out one after another. Because they can't endure the Poison Magic LV6, Poison Mist that I have activated a while ago. The Poison Mist is just as its name, a magic that generates mist that contains poison. In case of the poison that's generated by the poison synthesis, the toxicity is lost at the moment it evaporates. I cover the weak point by using the magic that scatters poison widely, which is the Poison Mist. The effect is low that it can't be compared with the deadly spider poison. But, if a person stays in this mist for a long time, the body will be ruined by the poison gradually. It's to the extent that weak monsters can't endure it if time passes. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV9 has become LV10. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Poison Magic LV6 has become Poison Magic LV7. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Poison LV6 has become Enhanced Poison LV7. Skill points gained. Conditions met. Tidal Drake Killer was acquired. By the effects of the Tidal Drake Killer, Skill Life LV1 Drake Power LV1 was acquired. Life LV1 has unified with Constitution LV1. Now, there are only those who I keep looking with evil eye left, the weakened Fire Drake and the 3 eels. How will I cook it? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Kumo Ko shows who's the boss. Changed blow resistance to blunt resistance. 109 Fearbringer. The match was settled. Small fries are purged. The boss has been weakened. The executives are no longer my enemies. They have no ways to reverse this situation. There are also no reinforcements like the monkeys. Only monsters that will escape from me are caught in my detection. I never thought that I who continued to escape became an existence that makes others to escape. The fire drake should have understood it halfway. That this will happen. But, I wonder whether it's the drake's obstinacy or not, because even if it's weakened and its subordinates die one after another, it still continues to challenge me. If this was a sport, I might admire that spirit. But, in the war of killing, I have no choice but to say that it's an incompetent commander. Although the catfish will escape desperately, it didn't escape and end up getting killed by me, probably because of the fire drake's command. The eel seems to want to escape now. But, the fire drake still shows its fighting spirit. It might have been degenerated to the seahorse level because of its recklessness. It's a pity that even that fighting spirit is already meaningless. The remaining fire drake and the 3 eels are caught in my evil eye. My evil eye of paralysis. Even if I activate the same evil eye on several eyes, the effect doesn't change if there's only one opponent. But, when there are several opponents, the single target attack evil eye can attack several enemies. And, I have 8 eyes. I can make praise of evil eyes up to 8 targets. It's different when it's the large crowd a while ago, but with only 4 monsters remaining, there's no means that can defend against my evil eye. The amazing part of Evil Eye of Paralysis is that the effect continues if I keep looking at it. In case of paralysis poison, the effect becomes weaker by time progression, and it will be relieved eventually. But, Evil Eye of Paralysis, don't have that. If it surpass the opponent's resistance once, the means that the opponent can take to break out of the paralysis by oneself is considerably limited. Even if its skill proficiency accumulates and acquire paralysis resistance, it takes a considerable amount of time to surpass the effect of my Evil Eye. If it has that much time, I wonder how many times I can kill it with my deadly spider poison. Therefore, I can do whatever I like, either to boil or to grill. Well, because it has heat nullity, there's no help for it even if I boil it or grill it. I get down from the ceiling to the island nearest to the fire drake. I extend my threads, and pull the eel's body to the island. Ah, I want the thread that can't be burned. I work with a great deal of effort. Meanwhile, the fire drake tries to resist and clenches its teeth, and the eels trembled in despair. Although I thought about it at the monkey time, if you come with the intention to kill me, I want you to at least be resolved that you are going to be killed. Me? No, if I'm almost killed, I will escape. So there's no need to decide such resolution. And, after pulling the bodies of the fire drake and the eels to the island, I give the decisive blow. First of all, the eels. Making good use of the paralysis, deadly spider poison is thrown into the mouth without reservation. The eel that can't move because of paralysis twitched greatly once, and died. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV10 has become LV11. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill 3D maneuver LV8 has become 3D maneuver LV9. Skill points gained. The other eels that saw it stiffen the face in fear. Don't worry. I let you die without suffering as much as possible. Deadly spider poison is also thrown into the second eel. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV11 has become LV12. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill evasion LV8 has become evasion LV9. Skill points gained. Conditions met. Title Fearbringer was acquired. By the effects of the title Fearbringer, skill Intimidation LV1 Heresy Attack LV1 was acquired. I received a title. Again a title that has a dangerous name. I will be a dangerous person if only my titles were seen. Ah, I'm not a person but a spider. Well, I will confirm it later. I have also obtained the title called Drake Killer, so I should just confirm it together. It's decided that I will give the decisive blow to this guy now. Thus, a present of poison for the third one. Accept it because I have put great efforts to make it. Hi, say ah. Was it delicious? I see, it was delicious enough to die. I'm glad that you like it. Information in charge is scary. Good, do it more. Ah, you guys returned. Yeah. It doesn't seem that it's necessary to maximize the tuning level anymore. It was good that we were able to win unexpectedly easily. Ah, I didn't thought that it would turn out well. It was good that the fire drake was an idiot. Well, if it's me, I will choose to withdraw immediately. Yeah. Isn't it because this guy never fall into such a pinch up until now? Ah, it might be. Something like, there's no way I can be defeated. That's right. Because it's pitiful, let's give the decisive blow. And, I gave the first and final defeat to the fire drake that might have not tasted defeat before. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV12 has become LV13. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Enhanced Destruction LV2 has become Enhanced Destruction LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Destruction Resistance LV2 has become Destruction Resistance LV3. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV13 has become LV14. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Resistance LV3 has become Corrosion Resistance LV4. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV14 has become LV15. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Blunt Resistance LV2 has become Blunt Resistance LV3. Skill points gained. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 110. Chapter 110. 110 The thing acquired after defeating the fire drake. Well then, body in charge. Ah. Tiresome work is waiting. Umu, take care of the scale peeling. I leave the scale peeling of the fire drake and the eels to body in charge. Meanwhile, I will check the ability of the title that I have acquired. Drake Killer Acquisition Skill Life LV1 Drake Power LV1 Acquisition Condition Defeat a certain number of the drake species effect a slight increase in damage when the opponent is a drake or dragon species. Explanation: the title presented to those who defeated a lot of the drake species. Fearbringer Acquisition Skill Intimidation LV1 Heresy Attack LV1 Acquisition Condition Make others to gain skill proficiency of fear resistance until a certain point. Effect inflicts the heresy attribute fear effect to those who saw your appearance. Explanation: the title presented to those who embodies fear. UOI. Leaving aside Drake Killer, the effect of Fearbringer is not good. In short, those who saw me will feel fear, right? That's not good. It might be good for the enemy, but making everyone to fear of me is a negative effect instead. Besides, this is different from skill because it doesn't have the on-off. Wah. If it's a timid monster like the catfish, won't it escape at the moment it saw me? It's possible. Well, nothing can be done on the things that I have acquired. I pull myself together and see the skills. Although I should have seen these skills in the list, I don't remember the effects. This lack of memory. Should I acquire a skill of the memory? Well, it's fine. Drake Power. Drake's power is temporarily gained. I don't understand. It looks like a activation type skill, so let's activate it once. Oh? My status rose a little when I activate it. And, both MP and SP decreased. It looks like it's a skill that consumes MP and SP to raise the status. It's different from the Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit. The magic-related status also rises. Because it's level 1, the rise is not that much, but if I activate this continuously and raise its level, it might become an amazing skill eventually. Although there's a great effect even if Magic Combat Act and Fighting Spirit overlap, if Drake Power joins there. This is good. That's really good. Intimidation inflicts heresy attribute fear effect to the surroundings. And, even you? Although this one has the on-off function unlike the title, if both overlap, won't common monsters escape at the moment they saw me? Ah, the title already can't be undone anymore, so activating this continuously is fine. It doesn't seem that there's consumption too. Heresy attack endows heresy attribute soul break to the attack. Ah, this is a bad one. Heresy attribute soul break, the attribute that destroys the soul directly. It's already not the level that it can be said as a mind attack. How nasty. Let's try it next time. Drake Killer is simply an increase. As for Fearbringer, the increase and decrease of the revenue and expenditure is strange. It can be said as good, but it can also be said as bad. Well, title is such a thing. Now then, the long-awaited skill points was obtained from level up. Besides, because it rose without stopping, it's quite a large amount. And, the skill that I had exactly requested is reached. I didn't thought that I can acquire it so fast. Space Magic 500, the magic that manipulates space. This is it. Speaking of space magic, it's the standard of cheat. Although I can't use the magic that I expected because it's level 1 after acquiring, I have the privilege that makes the magic type skills to level up faster in the effect of the Ruler of Wisdom title. If I work hard to raise it, it should level comparatively fast. Phew. The thing that I have expectation in this space magic. That's teleport. After all, there's such magic. Speaking of space magic, it's obviously teleport, item box, and a villa in a different space. There might be the item box that can store things into a different space, but I don't need it because I'm not carrying anything now. Although I want a villa, I think that the level must be quite high, so it's still a long way to go. Teleport. The wonderful magic that can move to another place in an instant. As long as I have this, I can end this huge middle layer without advancing with great effort. Thanks to Wisdom Summa, there's the upper layer map. If I link it with the map, I'm sure that I can teleport to the upper layer. Thus, Voice of Heaven. Space magic please. Currently you have 500 skill points. The skill Space Magic LV1 can be acquired by spending 500 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Space Magic LV1 was acquired. Remaining skill point 0. Yosh. Let's try the magic that's usable at level 1 at once. Magic in charge. Sir. Magic in charge activates the Space Magic LV1. The name of the level 1 magic is Coordinates Specification. A cube of green line appears. Magic in charge enlarges it, changes the shape, and moves it left and right. It doesn't seems to be a material, and it sank not just into the magma but also the ground. I remember the range specification of the PC. I mean, it's probably that. This is only a magic that specifies space. What is it used for? Perhaps, a preliminary arrangement for magics after level 2. Yeah. That means that it's useless unless it reaches the upper levels similar to the shadow magic. Yeah. Well, I didn't think that it will be useful in combat right away, and the fact that I acquired it is important. Let's raise its level steadily from now on. Therefore, magic in charge. Use this one then the other magics, right? By the way, how many magics can be activated in parallel now? Depends on the magic. But, the coordinates specification is not so difficult, so I think that I can activate at the same time if it's another 2 simple magics. Roger. Gain skill proficiency while moving within the range that you don't overdo it. Yes, sir. Body in charge is still having a hard time with the scales. Well, it's 3 eels and the fire drake of the size twice of the eel. It seems that it will take a little more time until I can start tasting the fire drake. However, I won comparatively easy against such a strong crowd of monsters led by the fire drake. Am I much more stronger than I think? Phew. Should I name myself as the Demon King in the future? I also have the Fearbringer title, so I might have reached that point. I am the Spider Demon King. Just kidding. I at this time didn't know about it. That, becoming the Demon King, which I said as a joke. The meaning of it. Zoa Air LV15 no name. Status. HP 502502 green 189 details, 199 up. MP 40964096 blue 437 details, 2001 up. SP 522522 yellow details, 206 up. 522522 red 971 details, 206 up. Average offensive ability 506 details, 163 up. Average defensive ability 603 details, 162 up. Average magic ability 3901 details, 1902 up. Average resistance ability 4021 details, 1891 up. Average speed ability 2580 details, 834 up. Skill. Automatic HP Recovery LV7 Magic Extremity Magic Combat Act LV2, New, SP Recovery Speed LV6, 1 up, SP Consumption Down LV7, 1 up, Enhanced Destruction LV3, 1 up, Enhanced Slashing LV3 Enhanced Poison LV7, 1 up, Fighting Spirit LV4, 2 up, Vitality Granting LV2 Drake Power LV1, New, Deadly Poison Attack LV3 Corrosion Attack LV1 Heresy Attack LV1, New, Poison Synthesis LV8 Thread Talent LV4, 1 up, Universal Thread LV1 Thread Manipulation LV8 Throw LV7 3D. Maneuver LV9, 1 up, Concentration LV1 Zero Thought Acceleration LV7, 1 up. Foresight LV7, 1 up, Parallel Will LV2 High Speed Calculation LV3, 1 up, Accuracy LV9 Evasion LV9, 1 up, Stealth LV9 Silent LV5, 1 up, Intimidation LV1, New, Conviction Hell Heresy Magic LV6, 1 up, Shadow Magic LV7, 1 up, Poison Magic LV7, 1 up, Space Magic LV1, New, Abyss Magic LV1 0 Patience Pride Satiation LV1 Wisdom Night Vision LV1 0 Visible Range Expansion LV3 Destruction Resistance LV3, 1 up, Blunt resistance LV3, 1 up, slash resistance LV3. Fire resistance LV4, deadly poison resistance LV2, paralysis resistance LV5, petrifaction resistance LV3, acid resistance LV4, corrosion resistance LV4, 1 up, faint resistance LV3, fear resistance LV8, heresy, nullity pain alleviation LV7, enhanced vision LV10, telephoto LV8, 1 up, evil eye of curse LV7, 1 up, evil eye of paralysis LV5, 3 up, enhanced hearing LV9, enhanced smell LV7, enhanced taste LV7, enhanced touch LV8, 1 up, divinity area expansion LV4, 1 up, divine magic. Constitution LV1, body flicker LV1, durability LV1, Herculean strength LV4, solid LV4, Idaten LV4, taboo LV8, NIW. Skill point 0. Title: Gross Feeder, Blood Relative, Eater, Assassin, Monster Killer, Poison Technique, User, Thread, User, Merciless, Monster Slaughterer, Ruler of Pride, Ruler of Patience, Ruler of Wisdom, Drake Killer, New, Fear Bringer, New. Kumo Desu, Nani Ka. Chapter B1. Balto 1. To be honest, this chapter was hard to translate. B1, the Demon King's close aide lets out a sigh at the conference. I'm walking on the long hallway. A petite back is diagonally in front of me. About 2 heads lower than me. Because of that, the walking speed is considerably slower than me. Thanks to that, I must move slower than usual. It's difficult. But I can't overtake. Because the girl walking in front is the current Demon King. After advancing through the long hallway, we arrived in front of a door. Then, Musama stops walking. To be honest, I don't want to open this door. Although I don't want to open it, I must open it. I swallow the sigh that almost leaks out unintentionally and open the door. And, I give way to Musama, and lower my head respectfully. Musama stepped into the room as if it was natural without giving a glance to me. I confirm that Musama has entered the room, and I followed afterwards. I close the door quietly so that there's no sound. The room that I looked back was the so-called conference room. The round table around the seat of honor where Musama should sit is at the center of the room. 10 men and women have already sat down on their seat at the round table. Half of the number in the room who stood up according to Musama's entrance. The remaining half sit as it is on the seat. The problem is that my younger brother is included in the guys who sat on the seat. I push back the sigh that's going to come out into my throat again. I pull Demon King's chair, and prompt her to sit. As expected, Musama sat down with a casual gesture which didn't have the fragment of elegance without giving a glance to me. I didn't overlook that some of those who sat in a row frown. Musama probably didn't overlook it either. It's obvious because she enjoys seeing the reaction. I think that it's a bad taste, but if even I show such an expression, I don't know what will be said later. Maintaining a poker face is the most effective against this Musama. Then, I shall start the conference. Balto. Yes. It's the holding signal of Musama. I who answer it briefly. To put it bluntly, when Musama finished giving the holding signal, she has no more act in here. Because I'm the one who advances the progress of the conference in all of the practices. It was forced to me. Then, at first, let's hear about the reports of each quarter. Report in order from the First Army. The usual flow of this conference is to hear the activity report of the army deployed in various places. The one who stood to my words is the commander of the First Army, Agna, who's said to served as the general since the Demon King of 2 generations ago. Although Agnadano looks youthful according to a human, he's a person who have lived for a long time among the demons. He has the ability that it's strange that why this person is not the Demon King. The First Army is at the front of the Rengzant Empire and the advancement preparations to the Kuzurayan fort was completed. Because the logistics deployment was completed, it's possible to march anytime if there's an order. That's all. Agnadano who finishes it directly without inserting any unnecessary report. The simple and sturdy temper seems to catch a glimpse. The Second Army is also similar. However, if I can have a little more time, the string pulling might bear a fruit. The next one who stood after Agnadano is a bewitching beauty. The commander of the Second Army, Sanatoria. She is a succubus that uses charm as weapon among the demons. Probably the string pulling is that kind of thing. How long will it takes? 2 or 3 days at the earliest. You may advance it if there's no obstacle in the march. Thank you. Sanatoria sits on her seat after giving me a charming smile that almost shocked me unintentionally. However, even after Sanatoria sits down, the following commander of the Third Army doesn't get up. Commander of the Third Army, Kogu. Oh. After all, it turns out into a war. To my call, Kogu, who has a large build, shortened his body and said it. Can't the war be avoided? Avoid, is it? If it's possible to avoid, we would do so. Oh. No matter what. When I was going to answer Kogu, a different speech interrupted and sounded in the room. No matter what. However. Commander of the Third Army, Kogu, if you want to avoid war no matter what, there's a way to stop it. It's Musama. A ill-natured smile sticks to the face like she thought of a cruel mischief. What is it? It's easy. Everyone in the Third Army should just be the world's foundation. Kogu stiffens to Musama's words. What's wrong? War can be evaded because of that. I am sorry. I won't say it anymore. Therefore, please forgive me. Kogu, if you have learned from this, then don't speak of unnecessary things. Do you have a report? I entered the talk before Musama opens her mouth to corner Kogu. It's all going well. Good. Next. Although Musama seemed to look a little dissatisfied, this is fine. The report of the 4th Army, 5th Army, 6th Army finished without a problem. Next is the commander of the 7th Army. However, the commander of the 7th Army, Blow, who's my younger brother, didn't have the sign to stand from the seat at all. Blow. Anaki, after all, I can't agree with this. Blow said it unpleasantly while folding his arms and being arrogant. Why is it that Anaki, who unified and direct the demons, is not the demon king but that woman? Isn't it strange? Blow. Anaki also. Why are you serving such a woman? I can't see that she has the ability that can make Anaki to pledge allegiance. You. There's a limit of how rude you can be against Musama. It's Deridu of the commander of the 5th Army who enraged towards Blow, who releases his anger that piled up. The character of Blow and Deridu doesn't match because they often clash like this. Although the surroundings will enter to stop them every time, no one tries to stop them this time. Those who agree with Blow, those who agree with Deridu, and those who pretend contemplation. The reaction of the commanders were like that. However, as for the feelings, everyone in this place intend to pretend contemplation. Blow, no matter who's the demon king, we demons follow the Musama is the world's providence. Did you forgot about it? Like I know such a thing. Is that woman so excellent? I haven't even saw her do anything before. Do you think that it's allowed for us to doubt Musama's thoughts? Musama has deep thought that we can't imagine. That means that she abandoned to think. There's no way I can obey anything just because it's the demon king's order. You who's a fool that can't think about things by yourself has no rights to give opinions to me. You bastard, how dare you call me a fool? Placed between two people who exchange intense verbal attack, the commander of the 6th Army, Hyui, that has a child face distort with annoyance. The other commanders watch over the outcome. Among them, there's the commander of the 4th Army that even I can't read his thoughts. The commander of the 4th Army, Murazofi, has a dropping pale face that doesn't budge even an inch. This man has an existence that's not understood well among the commanders that are full of suspicious people. Although I'm cautious of his movement, there's no doubtful movement at present. Bring it on. Finally, Blow puts his hands on his weapon. Although Deridu also reaches for his weapon, his hand didn't reach the weapon. Wadash, my body. I can't move. The body of both of them stood still, ignoring their will. I know that I'm to blame, but can you refrain from fighting over such a worthless matter? The bitter words of Musama, who's the cause of the fight. Astonishment rules over the room. It was not only the fact that two people who got their movement sealed. They don't understand how Musama sealed the movement of the two people. That's natural. Musama has never shown her power to the utmost up until now. It's the thin threads that's almost invisible that stop the movement of the two people. The threads extend behind the neck of the two people. Thread of marionette. Those who got caught by this thread become puppets of Musama. And, it's not limited to living things only. As far as I know, Musama uses this thread to manipulate 10 puppets that are developed at the same time, and enemies can be annihilated. However, I only know that much. Musama has not shown me her secrets yet. Musama is not incompetent like Blow said. The Demon King is not a Demon King just because he or she is called a Demon King. A Demon King is one who is worthy of being a Demon King. When it seems to be too worthless, I'll kill you directly, okay? A sublime smile. Seeing that, there was no one who would say that they will defy Musama. The thread of marionette is pulled. With that alone, the two of them were made to sit on their seat forcibly. The thread parts from the two of them at the same time, and then, freedom of the body returns at last. I am so sorry. Derrida turned pale and apologizes whereas Blow can't say anything. Well then, the report of the 8th Army. Although it might be terrible as an older brother, I leave my younger brother as he is. There's no problem. The commander of the 8th Army, Wrath reported briefly. This man doesn't show much interest in the Demon King. In exchange for that, there are various problems on different things, but because it's unrelated in this case, it's alright. The problem is the remaining two. The 9th Army can also march without a problem. If I were to speak of this man, he is black. The black armor that seems to have combined with his body. The dark skin that slightly looks like a face. His hair is also black. However, only one point, the eyes are strangely red. The man's name is not even known. However, he's called as Kuro. The 10th Army, no problem. And, the girl sitting next to the black man is the exact opposite, white. The worn robe is snow white. The exposed skin is also strangely white. The long braided hair is also white. Because her eyes are shut, all the colors were white. This woman's name is also not known. However, she's called as Shiro. The two people whom Musama added to the executive of the Demon Army. The identities are not known. Although I don't know, I can imagine it. These two people are probably rulers. Ruler that's said to manipulate this world from the back. It's the two of them. I don't have no way to know how Musama added such two people as subordinates. However, to the overwhelming eeriness, wariness is heeded by all means. It's going well. Musama who nods in a good mood. Then, let's start the war. And, by those words, the great war that can be said to be the worst one between demons and humans, begins quietly. I expressed a sigh about the fact quietly. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter Y2. Julius 2. The threads. And the war begins. Before this, I use Mizoku equals demon race and Hitazoku equals human race. Because now it keeps using these two words, I decided to change it to demon and human. Y2 and the war began. There's movement in the demon army. It's just this morning that I heard the report. It's the report brought by the spy who infiltrated into the demon territory. So, it came at last. Yeah. I will be glad if it didn't come. Julius, it won't go that way. I know that you don't prefer fighting, but humans and demons are arch-enemies. You should have understood that this will happen someday, right? That's right. After the previous hero Sama died, the demons became active, so I think that we are maintaining well. Saint Yana, former adventurer Jisken and Hawkin who's a former thief which was reformed. Just as my comrades said, after the previous hero Sama died, the demons act actively. It didn't escalate into a large-scale war and it ended with only a skirmish up until now, so we might be maintaining well. So, when will the demon army reach here? Harinth has went to confirm it now. Soon, he returned. When I turn around to Yana's words, there was my childhood friend, Harinth who's the second son of the Kwoto Duke's family walking towards us. Harinth. How is it? Judging from the marching speed, it's estimated that they will reach this fort tomorrow. I see. Finally. War. After I became the hero, I have lived in the fight every day. But, the fight of this scale is my first experience. And that's not only me. There was no large-scale war in the previous hero Sama's era. Therefore, those who know such a war of the scale as the generation that knows the hero Sama of 2 generations ago hardly survived anymore now. When it's that generation, unless the person is a race with long life, most of the people will probably have an old body that can't fight. In other words, the humans who participate in this war have not experienced a large-scale war to this extent. On the other hand, the demons live longer than the humans. It's not strange that there's a demon who's as the same generation with the hero-sama of 2 generations or even older generation. How will the difference of experience appear? In addition, the combat ability of the demon is high. The magical power that's superior to the human and the physical ability that's superior to the human. And, the intelligence similar to the human. The power of skills and wisdom are large for human who has inferior status to fight against monsters that have high status. However, it won't work against the demon. Because demon can use skills and wisdom similar to the human. To be honest, I'm scared. But, it's not permitted that I who's the hero to bring out uneasiness. If I who's the hope of the human do that, everyone will feel uneasy. I grasped the muffler that wrapped my neck lightly to hide my uneasiness. Although this has been in my mind for some time, what's that muffler? You wore it even when it's hot, right? This? This is Mother's keepsake. A plain pure white muffler. This is the thing knitted for me before Mother died after giving birth to Shun. Mother fell sick immediately after giving birth to Shun and died just like that. The demons became active just then, and I became the hero. Father still worked as a king busily while shouldering the sadness of losing Mother. Because of that, he neglected Shun and Su. Although I believe that the time when they will become a normal parent and child will come, those two should be attending the academy now. I can't do anything but to have Father to endure it until they graduate. When those two graduate from the academy, I'm sure that they will become amazing. I see. Was it so? Yana comes to have found herself at a loss for words. Oops. She might thought that she asked an unnecessary thing. Yana, there's no need to worry about it. I got over it already. But. That's right. There's no need to worry about it. Rather, it's better to say, you mother complex. Harinth, isn't that an exaggeration? I return Harintha's joking tone with a laugh. Laughter can be heard from the surroundings. This is fine. Dark atmosphere doesn't suit the surroundings of the hero. It's all thanks to Harinth who did a follow-up. After all, the best person to have is a friend who's an understanding person. Do you know what is this muffler made of? Harinth asks Yana. Ah, isn't it better to not tell her? It doesn't seems to be a common cloth. Even though it's worn every day, it doesn't has even a scratch. That's right. This thing is made from a quite special material. It's a valuable thing that's said to be impossible to obtain now. Is it such a valuable thing? I wonder, is it because Hawken is a former thief, because his eye color changed? Ah. The correct answer is spider thread. SPI spider thread. AAA. Yana falls off from the chair. Yana is not very good with insects. And she especially don't like spiders, so I remain silent about it so far. Is that the spider thread of Elro Great Labyrinth? The one who entered the talk was unexpectedly G-Scan. That's right. You know it well, right? Ah. Because it's a famous story among the adventurers. Ah. The phantom spider of Elro Great Labyrinth. I remembered it. Haha. So, this is the spider thread. It was quite famous. What's that story? Yana asks in a timid state. Ah. Although this is a story when I was still a child, a certain party of adventurers that burned the nest of a spider-type monster called Pteratect in the Elro Great Labyrinth. This monster is weak if you fight it normally, and it's extremely rare that it will make a nest. That nest is troublesome in any case, and it's the tacit consent of the adventurers to burn it right away if it's found. And, there's a large amount of threads found at the inner part of the burned nest. Surprisingly, it's different from the common magic thread. It's an amazing thread that has abnormally excellent magical power, conductivity and physical resistance ability. The threads brought back were sold at an outrageous price, and the adventurers that brought the threads back made a fortune at a single stroke. It's quite a famous story as the adventurers' success story. After that, it seems that it was popular to capture Pteratect. After all, the individual that can make the same thread can't be found, and it's called as the phantom spider. I'm sure that Mother used this thread to make it. In the story that I heard, It seemed that a wealthy merchant with good judgment presented it to the royal family. Leaving aside my comrades who still talks about it, Herinth sends me a telepathy. Julius, the movement of the demons this time is strange in any way. What's strange? The enemies scatter their forces and attack the human territory all at once. However, I don't understand why they scatter their forces. You mean there are some motives? Ah. Even though it should be better to concentrate at one area, they purposely scatter their forces. I think that we should think that there's something. Do you happen to know of that thing? Well, as expected, I don't know about that. However, it would be better to not be careless. Understood. Thank you. I had an unpleasant premonition. As if I fell into a huge trap before I knew. But, as the hero, I'm not allowed to escape here. I grasped the muffler made from the spider thread again. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War 1. Human Demon Great War 1. Changed blow resistance to blunt resistance. Changed any demon king sama to musama. Human Demon Great War. Author note, this becomes the third-person point of view. Oakenfort. The later historian talks that it's the Human Demon Great War started at the Oakenfort. Generally, it was said that the demons invaded the human territory at the same time, but before that, the demons invaded the Oakenfort. One day before the beginning of the war where the demons advance at the same time. A certain luggage was delivered to the fort. It's the unit that always carry the supplies that delivered the luggage into the fort. Nobody suspected them who had worked seriously up until now as the supply unit. And so the luggage was carried into the fort's inside without inspecting it. Without knowing that it's an outrageous bomb. What's this luggage? Who knows? I didn't heard the contents. Judging from the smell, isn't it something like the war horse's food? No, isn't it moving? Huh? Never. It's moving. Oi. Which unit that brought this here? I don't know. Because it's already here when I noticed it. Inquire immediately. After that, report this to the top. I will watch this luggage here. Ah. Understood. The correspondence of the soldier who found the luggage was not wrong. Although it was not wrong, it was a little too late. Look out. It jumps out from the luggage. It jumps at one of the soldiers as it is, and push him down. Goo. Wadash, an anagrach. It's one monster that sprang at the soldier. It's a monkey-like monster. What? What's wrong? Mo monster? Why is it in the fort? I'll save you at once. The other soldiers who heard the commotion and rushed. They pull out their sword, and they thrust the blade aiming at the monster that's attacking their associate. Stop. Don't kill it. If they were in calm state, they should have been able to recall it. The terror of the monster called Anagrach. The monster that got pierced by innumerable swords, and dies. That is the signal. The monsters of the same species jump out from the other luggage. Some of the soldiers who saw that appearance noticed the meaning of what they have did, and they became pale. It can't be helped that it became like this. Intercept. The remaining monsters are also killed by the soldiers. It's a monster that's not very strong if it's alone. It's not an enemy for the soldiers in this fort that serve as the front line in the fight with the demons. However, that's the story when the opponent is alone. Report to the top. Ah. The expressions of the soldiers who annihilated the monsters are heavy. What should I report? The nightmare of the revenge monkey begins. Anagrach, alias Revenge Monkey. The ferocious monster said that it absolutely won't forgive the existence that harmed its same kind. If a person kills the monster, they will surge in large troop. And, it won't stop until either the opponent dies or the troop is annihilated. The monster that bears insanity of anger. What will become of us? The worst case, this fort may fall. It's the next day that the large troop of Anagrach attacked Oakenfort. It was exactly on the same day as the demons began the simultaneous attacks to the human territory. It went well. Yes. Without any blunders. The second commander of the demon army, Sanatoria, and her adjutant looked at the Oakenfort distantly. Countless numbers of monkey-type monsters clings to the fort's wall, and invade into the fort one by one. The humans who defend the fort intercepted the monsters with magic to stop the invasion at first. However, even if the monster called Inagrach is killed, they spring out one after another and gathered in the fort one by one. This violence of numbers is the terror of Inagrach, and the most troublesome characteristic is that they have the abnormality of attacking without fearing death. If it's marked down by this monster, even a solid fort can fall in the end. Yes. With this, our damage ended with 0. That's right. However, it's impossible to approach the fort for a while. Even the demons don't meddle with the Inagrach. Because to not let the Inagrach to mark them down, even if the fort falls, it's impossible to approach the fort until all of the Inagrach withdraw. That's inevitable. In addition, invasion is not the purpose of this war. This is enough. That's also right. However, it was a wonderful ability. Not at all. Sanatoria thinks so from her true feelings. The thing she did this time was indeed simple. Using the succubus ability to seduce the humans of the supply unit, brainwash them and capture several Inagrach. And, it's carried into the fort together with the supplies. That's all. There's a lot of holes, so the probability to fail is high. However, it's fine even if Sanatoria failed. The important thing is to just make a situation where the humans meddle with the Inagrach. Even if the Inagrach is not carried into the fort, she could just brainwash the other humans and kill the Inagrach on the spot. After that, she can just have the person to enter the fort innocently. It only went well by chance this time, and there was no exactness to be called as a plan. I am sorry, Musama. I don't intend to get on your motives obediently. Sanatoria muttered in gloom. The Demon King's appearance comes to her mind. Sanatoria has the power that can lead the army of demons. But still, she don't think that she can win against that Demon King. Sanatoria don't think that she intend to defy an opponent that she can't win. Although she don't think of it, even if she obeys as it is, she can see that she will be used till the end. That Demon King is such a person. Therefore, she gets off from the motive even a little while obeying obediently. Although it might be wrong as a demon, I will achieve my quota. So, will she overlook me? There's no one to answer Sanatoria's monologue. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War 2. Human Demon Great War 2. Before this I used technique perception because I don't know anything about the magic formula thing. So I changed it to magic formula perception. Human Demon Great War. Author note, this becomes the third-person point of view. Dazuro Fort. In the Dazuro Fort, the shooting of intense magic was developed. The human who control the Dazuro Fort is the Elder Ronan, who's the best human magician besides the elf. And, it's the Elder Ronan's apprentices who have been deployed. It was good to say that the human's best magic combat group is concentrated in this fort. On the other hand, the demon army is the 6th army led by Hyui. Hyui is also the leading magician in the demon armies. Naturally, the army corps led by Hyui are also good in magic combat. The fight was rivaled. The humans make the best use of the geographical advantages to fight against the demons who are superior in race. Demons using their own power, humans using the geographical advantage, both were excellent. However, the flashy shooting of magic is just a pretense. Both were planning to fire a great magic at the timing that becomes the trump card. In the large-scale war that the army clash with another army, an anti-army great magic has an important meaning. Those magics exist among the high-rank magic, and if the magician is not excellent, it can't be activated alone. Therefore, some assistants that have magic formula assistance skills will assist the magician and transfer magical power to the magician using magical power transfer skills, then it becomes possible to use for the first time. And, in case of a large-scale magic formula to that extent, it can only be seen through by a first-class magician who has magic formula perception. As long as the magician knows what kind of magic the opponent tries to shoot, it's possible to intercept or defend. Gathering magicians of all kind of attributes is indispensable to move the armies. Therefore, even if the great magic is proud of its tremendous power, it's often prevented when it's shot casually. Because the great magic has intense consumption, it can't be shot many times. To make the great magic effective, the magician must bring out the power exceed the opponent's expectation and penetrate the defense, or complete the magic formula construction at the speed that the defense can't be made in time and fire it, or outsmart the opponent. It's necessary to satisfy one of that. However, power is not something that can be raised easily. The speed of the magic formula construction is also the same. If a person becomes a magician that can be called first class, the speed will roughly become similar. It rarely succeeds unless both opponent is quite low rank. Then, there's no choice but to outsmart the opponent. The use of the anti-army magic is the way to drive the great magic into the opponent. And, in order to drive in the great magic, it's necessary to read the opponent's great magic and make sure that the great magic of oneself is not read. This backfight where both plans are read is the true battlefield of the army corps that mains in magic to fight. It should be like that. When Hyui noticed the fact, the situation had inclined considerably. Hyui, who has the high ability as a magician, has concentrated on reading the opponent's great magic rather than commanding. It was right if it's the usual. However, the opponent is the experienced magician who's called as the best in the humans. Hyui, who has a child face and looks youthful, and he's a demon that has longer life than the human, has lived for a long time. But still, the opponent this time was bad. Elder Ronan uses the great magic as a decoy and snipe with low-rank magic, gradually reducing the demon army's forces. Elder Ronan and his apprentices have devoted themselves to study the way to raise the power of low-rank magic. Usually, the power of low-rank magic don't go that far. It's because the magic formula can't endure the power. And, it's impossible to completely surpass the opponent's resistance with a magic that has low power. Not more than an injury. And, that common sense was broke by Elder Ronan. He has devoted in studying the strengthening of magic formula. The strengthened magic formula can use stronger magic, and the raising of the low-rank magic power that can't be done so far becomes possible. As a result, it's possible to inflict a fatal wound to the demons who have high resistance even if it's low-rank magic. Elder Ronan trained his apprentices by using this method, and they were able to draw out high power with the low-rank magic. The magic attack that's thought to be a feint actually had a fatal power. And, Elder Ronan makes the great magic to the limit that it can't be perceived as a decoy to make Hyui to concentrate it there. When Hyui noticed it, the damage of the level that can't be ignored began to appear. Damn. Hyui-sama, the withdrawal. Hyui thinks. If he withdraw here, will that Demon King forgive him? Impossible. When it's that Demon King, it's impossible. The enemy's damage is insignificant compared with the damage here. It's hard to say that he has achieved the quota. Then, the compensation for that amount will be demanded. That Demon King is such an existence. Withdrawal is impossible. Why? Damage will only increase if this keeps up. What's impossible is impossible. The adjutant doesn't know the circumstances. Because he doesn't know, he can speak of withdrawal. I will use the great magic. Assistance. Even if the great magic is used now, it's meaningless. Withdrawal. Assist me. The surroundings fall silent to Hyui, who doesn't says yes. Assist me quick. He gets enraged and stamps the ground. That was the last action taken by Hyui. A sniping magic from a long distance pierces Hyui's forehead. A high-power sniping that aimed only at the general accurately. The Elder Ronan's attack after seeing through the enemy's confusion. It was the long-distance sniping magic that can even rival the great magic if one were to judge it by power, magical power, and the difficulty of magic formula construction. Hyui's life comes to an end by the mysteries of Elder Ronan. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War 3. Human Demon Great War 3. Human Demon Great War. Demon King's close aid, Balto. I confirm the war situation of every place in the tent. There must be a messenger soldier who has the higher rank skill of telepathy, which is the distant communication skill in each army. Based on the information sent by them, I monitor the war situation of every place and give instructions. The second army led by Sanatoria seems to have succeeded in setting the Inagrach into the enemy's fort. What a person who does unreasonable things. Even if it's just after the large breeding, it's not strange that it will explode anytime. And, she purposely did such a thing. The Inagrach has the nature to greatly increase the number by doing large breeding periodically. The harm is small because it inhabits in the depths of the forest when the number is little, but the range of action expands after large breeding to search for food. Although the habitat range of the Anagrach extends over the demon territory and the human territory, it's closer to the demon territory. So, it was the demon that received the damage after large breeding. Sanatoria used such a vexing monster adversely. Usually, this is a strategy that won't be done first because there's danger of being targeted. That means she was at a pinch too. Kogu of the 3rd Army and Wrath of the 8th Army have won the war. On the contrary, Hyui of the 6th Army and Murazofi of the 4th Army were defeated. Murazofi's side ended with wounds and it seems that it's not life-threatening. However, Hyui was killed. At present, he's the only one who was killed among the leaders. As for the others, the battle still continues. However, we are in losing ground. The Kuzarian fort that the 1st Army led by Agnodano attacked is the important base connected to the large country of the human, Rengzant Empire. Naturally, the soldiers deployed there are the best. As expected, even Agnodano seems to have difficulty dealing with them. Deridu of the 5th Army also has a bad tide of war. Although they seem to be equal at present, it seems that our side is gradually being pushed. And, the most problematic one is the 7th Army led by Blow. The hero is there. Although the forces seem to be equal, it seems that the advance of the hero and his comrades can't be stopped. The worst case, they might reach to the Blow in the end. Going well, going well. Don't Kuro-chan think so too? Musama, who sat on a chair elegantly, spoke to the Black Knight who stood next to her while I'm giving instructions to every place. Ah, yeah. Kuro-chan, so blunt. Can't you say it a little more amiable? I don't see the meaning to do that. Bew. This carefree conversation even though we in the war. No, Kuro is serious, so Musama is the one being carefree. However, the commander of the 2nd Army, what was it? Well, never mind. That succubus. She did an interesting thing. Using that monkey like that, huh? None. Musama nods on what's so interesting while grinning. Is it fine? It's fine. Those human beings died to that extent even though our damage is 0. I see. That's right. The important thing is to keep dying even if it's the demon or the human. A chill runs down my spine to the words. As expected, this person sees us only as baits. Without the comrade feeling, I'm sure that she will cast us away without hesitation when the time comes. Kuro-chan, could it be that this matter is worrying you? Ah. That's obvious. At any rate, the war this time is caused by your clumsiness. My body stops for an instant, and I keep it up desperately. What are they talking? This war is caused by Kuro? Even I don't know such a story. What are they talking that even I don't know? Yeah. This is caused by my naivete. And, I'm cleaning it up for you, you know? Be grateful. I can't be grateful. I judged that this is necessary. However, I can't tolerate with your ways after all. Saying such thing, I wonder why can't you understand that it didn't stop like this because it didn't change from the old days. That might be so. It's like that. Well, hesitating like that seems to be you. I pretend to work and listen attentively to the conversation. To obtain information even if it's a little. If I accept the talk just now, does that means that Musama and Kuro are not on good terms? Although it didn't reach until hostility, there's the atmosphere that it's one step short to it. However, it's unnatural to have such a talk calmly when I'm here. Is it because it's something that has no problem even if it's heard? Or, is it all an act to lure me? I can't decide it. Well, the target number has been achieved, I wonder? Balto, you may issue the withdrawal order to every place. Yes. Understood. While I'm awfully shaken in my mind, still, I prevent it from getting out. Withdrawal? Although there are certainly a lot of disadvantageous situation in the remaining battlefields, it's still early to withdraw. What's the reason to withdraw? The aim this time is only the hero. As long as we can kill the hero, the rest doesn't matter. Musama mutters as if she's answering the question of my mind. Kill the hero? However, the hero is still alive. Why even though he's not killed? There's no need to worry. At any rate, Shiro-chan is over there. Be it the hero or whatever it is, nobody can win against my best masterpiece, Shiro. Musama who declares it with full of confidence. The girl called Shiro accompanied by the 10th Army together with Blow are at the ground where the hero is. As long as Shiro-chan is there, the hero won't return alive. Absolutely. To the figure of Musama who said so and laughed, I pick up an unpleasant premonition. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War 4. Human Demon Great War 4. Elder Ronan is a human not an elf. And another mistake is distant communication is the higher rank skill of telepathy. Human Demon Great War. Hero Julius. I cut down the attacking demons. We attacked the demon armies that have attacked the fort from the flank as the raid unit. At first, we fought a defensive battle from within the fort, but because it seems that the situation will get worse and worse as it is, we decided to attack. Even if we can still fight, the other units didn't seem to last. If that's the case, then we tried to break through the demon armies. If it goes well, we will break through it and we might reach the general demon. As long as we can kill the general, the war situation can be overturned. A demon comes to slash me while shouting in the demon language. Although I don't know what is he saying because I can't talk in demon language, I cut the attacking demon in two. I advance just like that. The demons in front of me holds their shields in a hurry. I swing my sword sideways towards the shields without dropping my speed. The demons at the back of the shields split in two together with the shields. I cut down every attacking demons with a swing. And eventually, the demons falter. Clear the path. I won't chase those who run away. I shout with a faint expectation. But, there was no demon that ran away. Well, Julius. I think that they won't understand if you use human language. To Harinth who points out calmly, I feel ashamed and became slightly uncomfortable even though I'm in a battlefield. But, it's effective as a threat. When I see it, even though the demons in the surroundings enclosed us, they are hesitating to attack us. They are scared of Julius's ridiculous strength. If they will withdraw only due to this, then this conversation will be quick. The demon's enclosure breaks to my mutter. A demon came this way from there. Hero, is it? I didn't thought that someone will asked in human language purposely. That's right. I'm the hero. Hero, Julius Zagan Anarich. The demon man nods once, and draw his sword slowly. I am the commander of the 7th Army, Blow. Hero. Now, let's have a fair match. I accept it. We glare at each other. The demons in the surroundings and my comrades hold their breath and watch over the one-to-one fight of me and the demon commander. It was the commander named Blow who moved first. A diagonal slash from the shoulder. I swing my sword to match it. Both swords intersect. Although I slashed seriously, I was not able to cut Blow's sword. I blow off with pure power. TL note, shouldn't have named him Blow. Never mind. Oi, that demon, he stopped Julius's sword. That demon is enough to be a monster. I pursued after Blow who got thrown off balance after being blown. Blow avoided my sword attack because he judged that receiving my sword was bad. But, he can't avoid it like that. I release the Holy Light worn to the sword. Holy Light is a slashing attack accompanied by a shock wave and it attacks Blow who avoided the sword. Surprisingly, Blow defend this with his sword as a shield. Blow who regains his stance. I clad my sword in Holy Light again. I deploy 10 Holy Light Sphere at the same time. Julius became serious. That means that the opponent is a really tough. The Holy Light Spheres that float around me. I send instructions to each one of them. And, I fire them towards Blow. All the Holy Light Spheres move by my will. It will pursue the opponent even if it's avoided. Blow seems to intend to attack the approaching Holy Light Spheres. The first Holy Light Sphere hits Blow's sword. The Holy Light Sphere scattered the light of destruction in that moment. Blow takes a direct hit, and is blown away. And, the remaining Holy Light Spheres explode without mercy there. I look around the surroundings while holding my sword. The dumbfounded demons. My comrades remain calm as if it's the obvious result. I am not done yet. I return my eyes to the voice. Surprisingly, Blow stood up even though he's bleeding throughout his body. The wounds recovered in a moment. Because it doesn't looks like magic is activated, it's not recovery magic. Perhaps, he used either the magic treatment skill or the vitality treatment skill to cure the wounds. You shouldn't overdo it. You should have understood the difference of the ability. I still haven't lost. If I return defeated shamelessly like this, I can't face Anarchy. I see, this man has an older brother. I also have an older brother. But, when you ask which one, I would say that the sense of being Shun's Oni-chan is stronger. As an older brother, I'm sure that he wants his younger brother to return safely rather than overdoing it. I'm sure that he thinks so. If you have a brother, then shouldn't you survive here? Withdraw your army. I won't chase. I can't afford to withdraw. Blow charges. I knock Blow together with the swinging sword down. The power of holy light destroys Blow's body without mercy. But still, Blow stood up. Over and over again. And, it's reaching the end at last. Blow's recovery stopped. It's over. And not yet. It's over. I warned you. And, you disregarded and was defeated. I approach Blow slowly. I raise my sword slowly and swing it down. Mn, it. A-N-I. The intermittent words were spoken in demon language. But, I have understood the meaning somehow. A bitter feeling wells up. But, sympathy is unnecessary to the enemy. The demons that fall silent. There was a person who stepped forward from there. It was white. It can only be expressed that way, a white girl. And, the closed eyes opened slowly. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War 5. Human Demon Great War 5. Conclusion of the war. Human Demon Great War. Kuzurian Fort. The commander of the First Army, Agna's expression became severe after looking at the battlefield in front. The war situation is not favorable. Although it seems that the seizing offense and defense are developed at a glance, the truth is that the demons are having trouble in attacking. The Kuzurian Fort is the base with high importance among the bases that became the aim for this simultaneous attack by the demons. It's not an exaggeration to say that this fort is the border that separate the demon territory and the human territory. Even if the other bases fall, it's necessary to defend this fort to the last. The fall of this fort means that the humans failed to stop the invasion of the demons. It's such an important base. Therefore, the deployed soldiers are full of the best among the humans. It's not strange that even a common soldier can become a general in a small country. It's composed of such strong men. On the other hand, the demon First Army led by the brave warrior of the demon, Agna, gathered elites too. If the hero and the demon king are excluded, it can be said that the best forces are gathered in this fort now. Demons are assumed to be superior than the humans. However, Agna thinks that it's incorrect. Although it's not wrong, it can't be said that it's right either. The difference between the demon and the human is the difference of status. Generally, the demon's status is higher than the human's status. However, that's all. Even if it's said that the status is high, there's individual difference in demon. If there's a weak demon, then there's a human who's better than it. Above all, there's no difference in skill. The proportion of skill is higher than status regarding the combat ability in this world. Although this also has individual difference, if you see the demon and human in all, it can be said that the difference doesn't exist. If you see only the height of the status, there's monster that's higher than the demon. However, as the danger degree determined by the humans, it can be said as Sn over S, etc. If it's not a monster like a living calamity, it's possible to win. Because monsters don't have intelligence, so they won't acquire skills by themselves. Demons and humans don't have the inborn skills unlike the monsters. But on the other hand, they can use their knowledge and acquire skills through training. And that accumulated skills become the weapon to defeat the monsters with inborn skills. The monsters' skill are acquired either simply by themselves or accidentally while they still alive. On the other hand, demons and humans have skills as much as they trained. That's the thing that overturns the difference of the status. The difference between the demon and the human is not as big as it's said. The difference is small when it's compared with a high-rank monster. And, there's no difference of the skills. It's not wrong that demons are superior, but it was the conclusion from Agna after opposing the humans for many years that the difference was an insignificant thing. In addition, because the demons are long life, their birth rate are lower than the humans. Naturally, the number decreases to that extent too. The humans that are great in numbers and the demons that are superior in status. Both forces rivaled. Therefore, in this war, the humans who have an absolute advantage of the location were more advantageous. Thanks to the defensive wall called the fort, the demon army can't attack well, and the loss gradually grows bigger. Looking at the human forces and the defensive wall that they're using like a shield, the casualties that they've sustained have been insignificant. Although the defensive wall is gradually being destroyed, if this pace continues, the collapse of the army might be earlier than the destruction of the defensive wall. Agna was not able to think of an effective measure while having that recognition. The human armies are advancing a solid fight. They defend the fort with an established tactic without relying on a clever scheme. The established tactic is made based on the experience and knowledge accumulated for many years. It's an established tactic because it's rarely broken, and if an unskillful clever scheme is used to break it, it will receive a severe retaliation. It's possible to break the established tactic with a clever scheme. However, one way or another, Agna was an old commander. Because he was also good in moving according to the established plan, he was not good at using a clever scheme to fight. But still, Agna was a superior commander, and have even succeeded in surviving the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation somehow. The person who was called as the great commander who has the foresight derived from the long-time experiences and the precise instructions. But still, the war situation worsens moment by moment. The instruction of withdrawal was given from the headquarters at such time. Agna was going to carry out this instruction immediately. Even if they continue to fight, the damage will only increase in vain. However, the withdrawal was not able to be done by the existence of a huge monster that appeared suddenly. Q Queen Terratect. Agna opens his eyes wide. A myth-rank monster that even Agna who has lived for many years sees it for the first time in life. The top of the spider-type monster that's said that only 5 exist in this world. Queen Terratect appeared in the battlefield without any harbinger. Impossible? How did it come here? There should only be 5 Queen Terratects that exist in the world. Even if the individual that inhabit the nearest, it should be far away from the Kuzarian fort. It was unnatural to appear suddenly like this no matter how he thinks. Agna calms his head down which almost got confused by Forced. In the first place, there's no way a Queen Terratect that has a large build can escape from the soldier's eyes and appear suddenly. In that case, then there's only one method. Transfer by space magic. As far as Agna knows, there's only a person who can control Queen Terratect and transfer that large build by space magic. The crooked smile of the person who controls the demons appears in Agna's mind now. I see. I have served my purpose, huh? Musama. And, the trampling regardless of the demons and the humans by the myth-class living calamity of the danger degree over S begins. The Kuzarian fort vanished without leaving any trace on this day. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter S17. S17. It really happened. S17 voice informing the collapse. After I was attacked by you ago, my surroundings were peaceful. However, my thoughts changed by that matter to some extent. I must not think that this world is the same as Japan. This is a dangerous world where I don't even know when my life is threatened. But, I didn't want to change the part of the route. Although it might be a naive thinking after coming this far, I didn't want to completely throw away the morals that has been cultivated in Japan. Therefore, I didn't want to murder as much as possible from now on either. Even if I say so, I must be able to protect my body by myself. I have let my surroundings to be worried about me by the matter that I was attacked by you ago. Even though I have reached an appropriate age, Katya and Yuri not to mention Sue who still clings to me worried about my body. Especially Katya seemed to be upset about me being attacked more than I thought. When I heard that Shun was attacked, I got panic. I heard it from the person's mouth. I'm sure that I will react the same if something happens to Katya. When I said that, she begun to mutter something while looking downwards. Seriously? Am I serious? No, it's wrong, right? What on earth is it? On the contrary, I was worried by her state. But, it's a fact that I have caused her to worry. If Sensei didn't rush, I might have been killed by you ago. When I think about that, I became scared. I'm scared to die. And, I made up my mind to become stronger. Although I have been strengthening up until now assertively, I will put more efforts seriously. Using the skill points that I didn't use, acquire good-looking skills and develop the skills emphatically. Defeating monster was also part of the class. I who have trained and didn't have any combat experiences at all defeated it easily. But, there's experience points. And, if I gain experience points, level will rise. I'm no longer level 1 like the time I was attacked by you ago. As my body grows up, my magic type status became balance type. By having a strong body, my physical status has caught up with my magic status. With this, both sword and magic might have become the level that can be called as first class. But still, I repeated training. I became strong. There's the actual feeling. But, I know a person who's stronger than me. I don't think that I can reach that place. But, I want to approach it even a little. I became strong, and my desire might have appeared. At first, I intended to become stronger to protect myself. But, recently, I came to want to become able to protect the people close to me. Well, there's no weak people who are close to me to have me protect, including Sue. But still, I wanted to become stronger to be helpful when something happens. Besides, it's not only people close to me who I want to protect. Beginning with Paulton, the students who admired me gradually become friendly with me without self-interest. Although it's not to the extent that it can be called as a friend, I want to protect them if I can. Recently, I think that whether this is the sense of the royalty or not. Did Julius Nani-sama, who's the hero, always fight while holding such a sense? When thinking so, I felt that I have able to approach that person only a little. I haven't met Nani-sama since I entered the academy. I didn't know what Nani-sama is doing now either. Although I often heard that there's an increase in activity of the demons, the information about the outside world is hard to be obtained in this closed academy. Perhaps, he's fighting against the demons. Well, although there's no need to worry when it's Nani-sama, I was worried about the movement of the demons. I wonder, is it according to the demons' movement because Sensei doesn't show her appearance recently? Even though she attended the class sometimes before, she hardly attended the classes for this 1 year. Because I meet her in the academy, it's true that she made here as the base, but I still don't know what she's doing when she doesn't show her appearance. Speaking of not showing up, there's another one. Yuigo has never showed up after that attack. I don't even know that whether he's in the academy or not. Although I heard that he was in the academy after the attack, there's no such talk in this several years at all. I think that he might not be in this academy anymore. It's a lie if I say that I'm not worried about Yuigo after that incident. I still can't forgive what he did. But, at the same time, I sympathize him a little. He who indulged in power lost all the power. I'm sure that losing power is similar to losing everything for him who thinks that power is everything. Although I know that it's a naive thinking, I still can't stop to sympathize him a little. When neither Sensei nor Yuigo is here, every day passed peacefully. I attend the classes, chat with Sue, and if there's time, I train. And, every day passed. It was really peaceful that even I will doubt that the demons made a threatening move. Conditions met. Title Hero was acquired. By the effects of the Title Hero, Skill Hero LV1 Holy Light Magic LV1 was acquired. The voice that break the peace. Because I was also in the class, my puzzled voice sounded more than I expected in the classroom. Shurin-san, what's wrong? Is there a part that you don't understand? The teacher in charge of this class asks me. The teacher's voice passes by the confused me. Shurin-san? Shurin-san? What's wrong? Perhaps, my expression at this time have become worse. After all, isn't it strange? Only a man can hold the hero title. And, there's only one hero that I know. A title can't be released after obtaining it. In other words, that means that the hero title can't be released while the person is still alive. In other words, it's such a thing. Such a thing happens. I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. But, the title is certainly listed in my status. On this day, a hero dies, and a hero was born. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Human Demon Great War Secret. Human Demon Great War Secret. Secrets of the Demon King. I added in Sensei's line when she uses her speech to make it easier to know. Human Demon Great War Secret. Was the invasion of the demons not stopped? It's inevitable. Recently, the present Demon King has been acting like a Demon King in the way that's not likable for us. And, how much is the damage of both armies? It's enormous. As for the humans, the loss of the hero is the biggest. In this unreasonable invasion, the demons have lost quite an amount overall. Is this also the motive of the administrator? I never thought that a Queen Terratecton thrown into the battlefield. It should be one of the Demon King's trump card. Is it thrown into the battlefield to kill General Agna? I don't know whether the relation between us and Agna was perceived or it simply just want to crush the Kuzarian fort together with the humans and the demons. At any rate, we have lost one of the cooperators. Yeah. However, the throne Queen Terratect got wounded considerably. That might be useless for a while. If we want to defeat the Demon King, now is the best time. No. Even if that can't be used, the Demon King is strong. It's better to judge that it's just one force that decrease and the action is limited. Is it to that extent? The Demon King's vanguard called Shiro has a considerable strength. I never thought that she can win against that hero. Was the hero of this generation weak? He was not weak, but it's hard to say that he's strong. I would say that he's average as the hero. I see. Shunkun will surely be sad. We are moving to end that sadness. Don't forget it. I understand. By the way, who's the new hero? I still don't know. However, it must be born somewhere. We must find it before the Demon King and the other troublesome force. It would be good if my skill can be applied on the title. It's inevitable. Skills are not versatile. Actually, I don't want to rely on skills. Whenever I use this power, an unpleasant feeling like being soiled wells up. Skills are simply free power. Whatever the administrator's motive is, there's no need to loathe free power. Although I understand that, this is the problem of feelings. I will warn you just in case, even if you loathe it, don't do such a reckless thing again like what you did recently, okay? Yes. I won't do it anymore. I hope you really won't do it. When it comes to the students, you always act recklessly. I am a teacher after all. Phew. Well, fine. Oka, you continue act in cooperation with Leston. I understand. Stop that weird tone of yours when you're in front of me. Is there a need to throw that in? What's that? I wonder what is it? If it's that only, I don't know. It's the Queen Terratect. That big Kumo-san. What an amazing coincidence to suddenly transfer to the battlefield. Don't play dumb. Kuro-chan, scary. Shiro-chan, save me. Shiro-chan, Oni-san wants you to at least give a reaction back. Don't change the subject. Isn't it fine? Such a thing is not a big deal, right? That's not a big deal. That's right. What? Kuro-chan, don't tell me that you're angry because of such a small thing. Do you know how many victims have appeared with just that? I don't know. Do you think that this is a problem that can end by not knowing? Kuro-chan, is that the line you should say to me? What do you mean? The problem that can end by not knowing, is this a line that can be said by such a tiny person? What are you saying? You should know it well, right? The truth that the world forgot. The people who forget it and live comfortably. That's Kuro-chan, no, Administrator Jayuri Stodes. Because you who's an administrator is like that, I have to do such a troublesome thing like becoming the Demon King. So you have no right to say all kind of things to my actions, TL note, that name. But what? It's too late already. Humans, demons, and also the elves that move in secret, all of them are guilty. I just have them to pay back the unpaid accumulated tab. If you say such a thing about this much, how about the future? This is not enough. Not enough. It's completely not enough. I must expand the war even more for that reason. It's necessary to make the world despair more. If I don't do it, it won't balance. What will become to the world if you despair it further? It won't become anything, but if I must say, then my diversion. You. What? Kuro-chan is going to oppose? I don't mind, you know. Do you understand? Even if it's you, you can't win against me. There's no way that I don't understand. I said it on top of that. You can do as you please if you want to oppose me. What are you planning? Must I put it in words? Hey, don't you think that the bottomless kindness and the bottomless stupidity are only a paper-thin difference? I don't think so. Oh, really? But shouldn't you remember this? Those who are saved by kindness don't worth much. I was saved by that kindness. And, that will mean that you will deny us. That's right. Therefore, you and I are hostile in this way. I take that you don't intend to draw back, is it? Nope. I understand. I will associate with you for a while. As expected from Kuro-chan. You understand well. However, when it becomes impossible to agree with you, I won't go easy. I know. If possible, I hope that time won't come. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 111. Chapter 111. Back to the spider. 111 Delicious cuisine. Phew phew phew. You guys were formidable enemies. Ah, I admit it. You managed to hurt me this far. Certainly, a mortal combat. It was a battle suitable to be called that. However, your hard fights were also vain against me. Fuhahaha. Finally, I won. Today, on this day, you guys have carved the absolute defeat in your body in front of me. Body in charge's tension is strange. What's wrong with this guy? Is this guy getting excited? Information in charge, when did this guy break so much? SH. A good child must not see it. I see. Body in charge has finally entered the area that must not be entered. Yes, that guy went there. Therefore, we who were left must live strongly. Body in charge. I won't forget about you if it's around 3 minutes. Cup noodles. Cup noodles. I'm hungry. Didn't you forget about body in charge in an instant? It's possible that there's no such thing. Hey, aren't you cruel since a little while ago? Body in charge. Ridiculous, you returned to sanity? No, shouldn't there be impossible? In that case, I will be like a fool even if I return to sanity. Eh? Was it different? Hey, let's talk. We make noise for a while. Well, it can't be helped that body in charge's tension rose. At any rate, the scale peeling of the fire drake was finally completed. Just as body in charge said, it was a fierce battle. The scale peeling of the fire drake and the 3 eels. It was extremely hard. Let's say it frankly. The time spent on the scale peeling was longer than the combat time. Well, I don't know the accurate time because I don't have a watch, so the time might be longer when I concentrate in a combat. Besides, even if I said that it was hard, the one who did it was body in charge. Meanwhile, magic in charge and me the information in charge worked diligently to raise skill proficiency while chattering. Although body in charge got tired and asked to take over regularly, of course the answer is no. But I refuse. TL note, JoJo reference. Well, because body in charge is no different than me and there's only one body, it doesn't change the fact that I will get tired after all, but this is the problem of the feelings. It's the feeling that the child's delusion was realized because I can force my homework to my other self. Phew. However, I have accomplished it. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Then, let's eat it at once. Oh I have been waiting for it. Catfish, eel, and this fire drake. Surely, the taste must also evolve. When I eat this, I will say, this is delicious. That's bad. That's the unappetizing flag. Thus, time to taste it. Bamu? Strange. Somehow, it's hard to say that it's unappetizing, but it's also hard to say that it's delicious, an exquisite prescription. It's that, like the white fish that has no taste. Ah, I understand. Certainly, this seems to have the potential to transform if there's a soy sauce. Is there a soy sauce in this world? No, I guess. It's impossible for a Japanese to live without soy sauce. I think that subculture and soy sauce are the pride of Japan. Although I don't have the interest in meals when I was a human being, I realized it after I became a spider. Yeah. The cuisines in Japan are really delicious. Don't give up. Information in charge. This world might not have the soy sauce. However, there might be a seasoning equal to it. Even if it's not a seasoning, as long as there's a delicious cuisine. That's right. We have only 8 raw monsters so far. In the first place, can a monster be called as a food? Ha. To figure that out, are you a genius? Oh, yes. I was a genius. Seriously? I was a genius. If I'm a genius, then I will be forgiven even if I do anything. That's right. Today, on this day at this time, I declare one decision. I will escape from this Elro Great Labyrinth in order to eat proper cuisine. Oh. I have enough of eating monsters that are not delicious. I have enough of bad-smelling meat. I am also sick of poison. A healthy life begins with a healthy meal. More delicious things. Sometimes, sweet things. I want to eat something sweet. I want to eat chocolate. Although there might be no chocolate, fruit will do. Although I have never thought about it up until now, I can't already. My body wants sugar. When body in charge says it, I will be troubled because it sounds real. Yosh. Let's aim at Arachne earnestly. Well, it becomes so. When you think of taking communication with human being. After all, do you want to eat only monsters until death? I don't want that. I want to eat delicious things. Right? The cuisine made by the human being should be more delicious than a raw monster. I will stop being a spider. Arachne is also a spider. But, even if we became an Arachne, can we communicate with human being? We'll use our spirit there. Recall my low communication ability. Hey, I can't remember my last conversation with human being when I was a human being. In the first place, when was the last conversation? Long ago to the extent that I can't remember. Am I alright? W with spirit. I mean, can the people here understand Japanese? The future seems to be full of troubles. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 112. Chapter 112. The flag to be the Demon King. 112 monsters that change into metal. It's difficult to communicate with human being. I'm even bad at the exchange in the internet. Isn't my communication ability is the lowest class? I never thought that there's such a high wall that stands in my way in order to eat delicious cuisine. Well, it's still not the time to panic. Even if I say that I will aim at Arachne, it's still a long way off. In the first place, it's not worth considering unless I escape from the middle layer. After eating the fire drake, I ate the 3 eels. Even though it had evolved, the eel was more delicious. Isn't this a degeneration? As expected, satiation stock maxed once because the amount was large. I surely thought that the highest was 1000, but it was possible to save up to 1100. It looks like the capacity increased after evolving. Because my SP pool is too much now, I activate Fighting Spirit and Drake Power at the same time to consume energy. Although Drake Power consumes MP too, it's just right because my MP will keep accumulating if I don't consume it. At the same time, Magic in Charge raise the skill proficiency of Space Magic. The green line goes here and there. But, the level hasn't rise yet. It's the magic that I used 500 points, so its growth is slightly slow. When I compare it with my other magics, the necessary skill proficiency for the next level is considerably a lot. Well, because it's gradually accumulated, I think that it will level up soon. Speaking of skill points, I'm hesitating to pick which skill to acquire. In case of the skill that can be acquired with 100 points, I will go for the evil eye that I haven't acquired yet, but there are some good skills if I save more. Like the remaining 7 deadly sins. I think that this is the same broken skill as pride and I want to acquire it, but even the lowest one sloth needs 1000 points. As expected, it's hard to save up to there. Besides, the gluttony that I thought was the overeating evolution is not there somehow. even though the other 7 deadly sins are there. How mysterious. And, there's also the 7 virtues. I don't know much about that part, but it pairs up with the 7 deadly sins, right? There are some that looks like it. But, this also don't have 7. Is there a rule for these skills that are not in the list? And, I'm interested with the hero skill. Although it doesn't have the mysterious language in the explanation like the 7 deadly sins, it's considerably high efficient. Well, even if I say that I'm interested, I can't acquire it because it demands a ridiculous figure of 15,000 points. And, there's also the Demon King skill. Although this is similar to the hero, this one is cheaper than hero with 5,000 points. If I want to acquire, I would acquire this one, but it seems that I will get the Demon King title at the moment I acquire it. If I have the skill points, it's a quite high efficient skill, and it's delicious as a material, so I want to acquire it. Well, I wonder should I go safely here and acquire the high rank Evil Eyes? There are some high rank guys of the Evil Eyes that can't be acquired at 100 points. Although it doesn't match with the broken skills, it's possible to get it easily, so I think that I should acquire that. Therefore, I need to defeat monsters and gain experience points to get skill points. But, there's no monster at all since a while ago. Although the party led by the Fire Drake were annihilated, there's no monster at all even if I have advanced considerably from there. No, the monsters are there. They just shut themselves in the magma, and don't come out. I can understand that they are running away with all their might and trying to hide. Then, the reason why they are running away and hiding is that they are running away from me. Well, the cause should be the Fear-Bringer title. And also intimidation. The monsters are scared of me by these 2 effects. The way they run reminds me of the metal guy who appears in a certain national RPG. TL note, Metal Slime from Dragon Quest. They run away at top speed at the moment when they noticed me. As for those guys who hide, I hate it that they acquired the stealth skill just by that. I want to say that, how desperate are you? When they run away like this, I can't even hunt properly. Moreover, unlike the metal guy, I won't get a lot of experience points even if I defeat them. My current level is 15. Finally, I have also exceeded level 10. Zoa Air is a high rank species, so I already know that my next evolution exceeds level 10 in the next evolution condition. I think that after I exceeded level 10, I really did become a high rank species. When I see my magic status only, I feel that I can even do well in the lower layer. My status has actually reached the part of the Earth Dragon Kaguna's status. Huh? When did I become that strong? I just noticed it. Come to think of it, although I only managed to appraise the HP, etc., if I'm not mistaken, isn't it around 3000? When it's my magic status only, won't it be an equal match? Seriously? Can I fight against the Earth Dragon? No. Calm down. The opponent is that Earth Dragon. It's surely my misunderstanding. It's only my magic status that caught up with it. But I became strong to that extent. No wonder the monsters runs from me. If there's a strong person scattering fear by intimidation, of course anyone will run away. Even I will run away. This was my story. However, I'm troubled. I can't raise my level like this. What should I do? Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 113. Chapter 113. The Prologue of a Spider vs a Real Dragon. 113 Spider vs Fire Dragon. I finally get out from the Lake of Magma area, and I have reached the area that has the land. Although it was good, I haven't hunted a monster at all since then. Thanks to that, my SP that has so much started to decrease gradually. As expected, it won't decrease to the extent that I will starve to death. I'm not using the SP-related skills to save it now. What should I do? Shutting themselves in the magma is really NIWA. If it's like that, I can't do anything. What a coward to run away and hide in its advantageous field. Can't you fight fair and square? You shameless person. However, this is really troubling. Most of the monsters in the middle layer can run and hide in the magma. If they are on the land, I can kill them before they run with my speed, but if they are in the magma from the beginning, I can't do anything. If I only eke out a living, then killing the monsters on the land is enough, but in that case, the experience points is not delicious. I want to accumulate skill points. Because I can evolve at level 20, I want to acquire one evil eye till then. Even though I will aim at sloth after evolving and receiving the bonus, my plan is out of order now. What should I do? If I go to the upper layer, I can chase them even if they run because there's no magma. Ah, is there a monster that won't run away from me somewhere? Although I thought of such thing, isn't this bad? Fire Dragon Rendo LV20. Status. HP 37013701 Green 1200 Details. MP 31223122 Blue 1200 Details. SP 36983698 Yellow Details. 36653665 Red 912 Details. Average Offensive Ability 3281 Details. Average Defensive Ability 3009 Details. Average Magic Ability 2645 Details. Average Resistance Ability 2601 Details. Average Speed Ability 3175 Details. Skill. Fire Dragon LV1 Reverse Scale LV8 High Speed HP Recovery LV3 MP Recovery Speed LV6 MP Consumption Down LV6 Magic Perception LV5 Magic Manipulation LV4 Offensive Magic Power LV4 High Speed SP Recovery LV1 Great SP Consumption Down LV1 Flame Attack LV9 Enhanced Flame LV7 Enhanced Destruction LV6 Enhanced Slashing LV2 Enhanced Piercing LV2 Great Enhanced Blunt LV2 Cooperation LV1 Zero Direction LV2 3D Maneuver LV4 Accuracy LV1 Zero Evasion LV10 Great Probability. Correction LV5 Presence Perception LV10 Danger Perception LV10 Heat Perception LV3 Flight LV7 High Speed Swim LV10 Satiation LV2 Fire Magic LV4 Resistance LV1 Pierce Resistance LV1 Great Blunt Resistance LV1 Heat Nullity Abnormal Condition Resistance LV1 Constitution LV5 Magic Well LV4 Body Flicker LV5 Durability LV5 Herculean Strength LV5 Solid LV5 Mage LV4 Amulet LV3 Shrink Space LV5 Skill Points 30050 Title Monster Killer Monster Slaughterer Leading One Dragon Conqueror. The start was abrupt. Did both of us enter the range of danger perception? While wondering that, both of us take stance almost at the same time. That is a fire dragon. The form of the fire drake that has wings grown on it, a dragon-like dragon. Seeing from its status, I think that it's almost equal to the earth dragon Kaguna. Just when I thought that I might be able to fight against earth dragon Kaguna. There's still a distance to each other. But, apparently, the other side is motivated to do it. What should we do? One vote in escaping. Same here. Yeah. Thus, full speed sprint, start. I escape with a dash. Like I can fight against a dragon. And, the fire dragon ran after my back. You got to be kidding? This is bad. That guy has the higher speed. We will be caught up. Magic in charge, use that magic to escape. Roger. Magic in charge activates a certain magic. The magic of Shadow Magic LV7, Shadow Sink. This magic is the magic that sinks something into the shadow. Although the MP consumption changes according to the size of the thing, it's impossible to sink something bigger than the shadow. Though it's possible to sink big things into the shadow using it together with the Shadow Magic LV2, Large Shadow. If you ask what happens after sinking into the shadow, it looks like it connects to a special space called the shadow space. And, there's no air in that space and it's hard to move, so it's a dangerous space that nothing can be done but to die once entered. It seems that I can win if I sink the enemy here. But, because it's impossible to close the entrance, it's comparatively easy to get out. Besides, if the sinking one intends to resist, it can get out easily. It's been proven because I tried making a pitfall against a monster before. Although it seems useless, I thought of using this as an emergency escape magic by combining it with the Shadow Magic LV3 Shadow Surface that can generate shadow in the light. Although I haven't tried it once, it's better than getting caught up. Thus, plop into the shadow just before the fire dragon catch up. I turn off intimidation at the same time, and erase my presence. Although I can't breathe because there's no air, if I search for the appearance by detection, I can see that the fire dragon is confused of its prey's disappearance and it looks around the surroundings. If you leave without noticing me, then the strategy success. But, can I hold my breath till then? Ah, this is bad. Suddenly, it realizes it. After looking around for a while, the fire dragon has begun to stare at its feet. The feet where I lurked. That's right. I forgot that there's a troublesome one in the fire dragon's skills. Presence perception LV10. It's not a rat in a trap, but it was a spider in the shadow. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 114. Chapter 114. 114 Spider vs Fire Dragon. Now that it has gone this far, I have no choice but to prepare for the worst. I maximize the consciousness tuning level of Parallel Will. In addition, I have magic in charge. Activate magic. The shadow where I hide myself changes its form and approaches the fire dragon's body like a spear. A technique that's called Shadow Spear that combines the Shadow Magic LV4, Shadow Change, Shadow Magic LV5, Solid Shadow and Shadow Magic LV6, Shadow Manipulation. The shape of the shadow is changed into a spear shape using Shadow Change, solidify it using Solid Shadow, and move it using Shadow Manipulation. Surprisingly, if the Shadow Magic is not used together with the level 6 magic, it can be said that it's impossible to attack properly. It was a difficult magic. The consumption is also bad and it's inefficient. It's a disappointing magic that there's no much use. But, I was saved thanks to that magic now. The fire dragon dodges the approaching shadow spear easily. I escape from the shadow in the interval. I take a distance from the fire dragon. The fire dragon and I who face each other. To be honest, I don't think that I can win. The ability value of the other side is absolutely higher. In addition, the affinity of the attribute is not good either. Above all, the fire dragon's abnormal condition resistance skill is hard. This skill is as shown in its name, it has the effect of raising the resistance of abnormal condition attribute attacks. I should think that it has a considerably high defensive ability if the originally high resistance value is added with the abnormal condition resistance skill. And, I'm specialized in abnormal conditions. It can be said that the affinity was bad in that sense. Moreover, its skills don't have a breach either. Although I have continued fighting monsters with higher status, I think that my skills are better. I have higher number of skills, but the fire dragon's skills are the same as me, or maybe even higher ability than mine. Some of the skills are the same as me, some are higher level, and even skills that have evolved. It's superior than me either in the status or in the skills. In addition, the affinity is bad. There was no element that I can win. But, I must do it. If I don't win, I will die. I resolve myself. There's still a prospect of victory. But, the possibility of defeat is higher after all. I might die. I'm scared to die. But, there's no life that can't die. Then, as I said before, I will live like a burning fire and die brilliantly. Although I don't intend to die, even if I die, I don't want to die unsightly. Fire dragon, will you kill me? Then, come with a suitable resolution. I'm not that easy to be killed unhurt, you know? I turn on the intimidation at the same time as I resolve myself again. Opening all evil eyes. Simultaneous activation of Magic Combat Act, Fighting Spirit, and Drake Power. Magic construction start. The fire dragon cloak its body in flame while I wonder did it took that action after seeing my resolution. The fire dragon skill seems to be the evolution of the fire drake skill. Naturally, it can use the effect of the fire drake skill too. One of those is the flame cloak that's acquired at Fire Drake LV8. It's the higher rank technique of the Fire Drake LV2, Heatclad, and it's literally cloaking the body in the intense flame. Furthermore, it's also a technique that improves the movement ability due to the heat. Apparently, it seems that the fire dragon has recognized me as a formidable enemy. There are neither carelessness nor self-conceit in each other. A serious fight starts. The fire dragon spits out a fireball. An attack that can't be thought as a serious attack, a wait-and-see attack. But still, if I think about my weak, fire resistance, it's a power that can turn me into cinders if I receive it directly. Because even this toying attack is equal to the previous fire drake's full power fireball. I evade it with all my power. Because of the combo of accuracy and great probability correction, I can't avoid it lightly. It's the level that I need to borrow the power of evasion and stacking 3 strengthening skills to avoid that toying attack. Making full use of thought acceleration and foresight. The fire dragon shortens the distance at the same time as it spit out a fireball. Using the fireball as a distraction and the real attack comes. It bends its long body like the snake, and swing its huge tail. The single blow that has the fatal effect called flame added to it and the already powerful physical attack. I also barely dodge this. The cloaked flame grazes my body. My HP decreases slightly with that alone. If I didn't perceive the approaching fire dragon with thought acceleration and see the action with foresight, it would be bad. At present, it seems that my evasion combo is slightly better than the fire dragon's accuracy and great probability correction combo. But the situation is not good. No matter how much time passes, the fire dragon doesn't paralyze. As for the curse, HP etc. are reduced slightly, but there's no effect in the status. It seems that both resistances are high. Although the effect of Evil Eye will be effective if time passes, the fire dragon won't wait in silence for that long. I barely evade the claw attack from the rushing fire dragon. The fire dragon becomes cautious of me who even evaded that, and it takes distance for a moment. The fire dragon roared. Impatience arises in my heart. The fire dragon's skill is roughly the higher rank of the fire drake's skill. Naturally, it can use the skill that the fire drake had. In other words, the skill that embodies the violence of the number that the fire drake used to corner me. Direction. It's the higher rank skill of the fire drake's command. It's a skill that make the user to be accompanied by subordinates using stronger control power. My detection catches the appearances of the monsters that begin to gather one after another. There was no self-conceit in me. I recognized the fire dragon as a higher rank formidable enemy, and I have even resolved to die. But there was no self-conceit in the fire dragon either. It uses all its power in order to defeat the lower rank me. And there's no unfairness. The probability of my survival became even lower. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 115. Chapter 115. 115 Spider vs Fire Dragon. I must bring it to an end before the monsters that have gathered participate the battle. Because in this situation where I need to use all my power to avoid the fire dragon's attack, I don't have the time to be concerned about the other miscellaneous matters. The poison bullet that's fired at the same time as I avoid the fire dragon's attack vanished before reaching the fire dragon. The magic construction is interfered by the effect of the reverse scale skill and the power is weakened by the flame of flame cloak. The weakened poison bullet burned out completely before reaching the flame armor. Even though the fire dragon itself didn't took any action to intercept it, the poison bullet was neutralized with that alone. The defensive ability that it's impossible to inflict damage by a half-hearted attack even with an instant death class offensive ability. In addition, it has the speed higher than me. If it feels like it, it should be able to avoid the poison bullet with its speed and the power of the evasion and the great probability correction. I'm really sick of it. The opponent's HP gradually decreases thanks to the evil eye of curse. But the one that's decreasing was the effect of the satiation skill. Unlike me, the fire dragon's HP raised to 1200, that's the limit of the skill level. MP is also similar. Although only the SP was not stocked to the limit, there was still a large amount. To be frank, it's impossible to reduce this amount completely with the evil eye. I will run out of energy before that. I can't expect much from the decrease of the status too. Although it's a little, it's decreasing. But the decreasing speed is considerably slow compared with the other monsters. This need to take a considerable amount of time to be able to realize the effect. As expected, I will die before that. The evil eye of paralysis, that has the possibility to reverse the situation. I shouldn't expect much from this either. The fire dragon's abnormal condition resistance rose to 2. If it's because of the skill proficiency is close to the limit, then it's fine, but in case that it's not, that means that my opponent's resistance rises quickly because of the accumulation of my paralysis power. As expected, it doesn't completely protect it, but it seems to be too convenient to wish for the fire dragon to be paralyzed. That is also not good, and this is also not good. When it becomes like this, the means left for me is limited. The most effective method among that is to drive in poison at the level that surpasses the opponent's resistance. My deadly spider poison is the most lethal weapon that I have. Even if the fire dragon has the abnormal condition resistance skill, I don't think that it can come out unhurt after receiving my deadly spider poison. But, once is probably not enough to kill this guy. Even if I hit a lucky hit, it's useless. I must hit a more certain and strong attack. But, the flame cloak is a hindrance. Intense flame that my HP will decrease just by grazing it. I can't attack unless I penetrate this. If I can't do that, I will get burned even if I shift to attack. While thoughts are repeated, body in charge avoids the fire dragon's attack desperately. Attack is completely abandoned, and concentrates in evasion. Even if magic in charge shoots an interception magic, it's blown off easily in front of the combo of reverse scale and flame cloak. The poison mist that killed a massive amount of monsters previously is meaningless against flame cloak. The fire dragon soars up into the air. I who saw that quickly adjust the poison using poison synthesis. Immediately after that, flame surged from the fire dragon's mouth. A very large breath attacks the ground. It's the hell flame breath that's acquired at Fire Drake LV10. The wide-range annihilation breath of death blows off the surrounding ground, melts it, and it changes into the new sea of magma. I jumped on the spur of the moment, and activate weak poison by poison synthesis. I generated the maximum amount that can be synthesized, and evacuate in the huge drop of water. Because I set the damage relation to the lowest, there's not much decrease in my HP. I evacuated into the weak poison's drop of water almost at the same time as the fire dragon's breath covered the ground completely. The weak poison evaporates only by the aftermath. My HP decreases even though I didn't receive a direct hit. I extend a thread to the ceiling before the weak poison evaporates completely and evacuate in a hurry. I escape along the ceiling without looking aside. Although the fire dragon pursues me naturally, I succeeded in escaping from the magma that was newly formed. A fireball approaches me. I kick the ceiling and let my body move in the air. A fireball explodes at the position where I was until a while ago. My body that was thrown into the air is pulled by the gravity and falls. And the fire dragon approaches with its fang in the air as if it's waited for it. I pulled the thread that I fired to the ceiling in secret that's hard to be seen by the fire dragon. At the same time, I synthesize deadly spider poison with the paralysis attribute. The fire dragon's body passes right under me. The fire dragon does a tailspin in the air. I witnessed with my enhanced vision that the fire dragon twists its body to evade from swallowing the poison at the moment it closes its mouth. The strategy of using poison as a substitute that buried all of the monsters in the middle layer so far was defeated. But, I use that interval and I succeed in going down to the ground again. However, it was a failure. The monsters called by the fire dragon have gathered on the ground. I who was unable to move being surrounded by monsters. And, the fire dragon releases the hell flame breath again. My body was swallowed in the flame without any resistance. And, that body was burned thoroughly by the flame without any resistance, and not even cinders remained. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? S18. Shun 18. S18 New Hero. It was immediately reported to father through the teacher that I obtained the hero title. Immediately after that, I'm called by father and I left the academy, then returned to the royal castle. The royal castle that I returned after a long time. But, my mind was not stable until I will be indulged in deep emotion. I managed to calm my shaken heart, and meet father again. The place was not the throne room, and it was father's personal room. Although it's wide, it's a room with documents, etc., scattered around. Several men gathered there. Shurin. I'm sorry to call you purposely. With my entrance, father uttered a heavy voice. Even I who didn't met father a lot of times understood that father's voice was more heavy than usual. It's a much more heavy voice than the time I heard it at the appraisal ceremony. First, let me confirm whether you have really obtained the hero title or not. Yes. The appraisal stone used in the appraisal ceremony is grasped in father's hand. When I answered, an unpleasant feeling like being lick all over attacked my body immediately. This is the feeling that I felt when I met sensei for the first time. This must be the unpleasantness that's felt when being appraised. You really have it. Father's heavy voice. Immediately after that, father covers his face with his hand and begins to sob. Julius. Older brother's name leaks out from father's mouth. Tears came out from my eyes after hearing that. Breaking the self-control that I shouldn't do it here, my view is blurred by tears. My shoulder is gripped. The person is the third prince and the older brother above me, Leston Nyisama. My head is patted and I'm hugged gently. I didn't have much opportunity to meet with Leston Nyisama. But, he's friendly and he was a congenial brother next to Julius Nyisama. I surpassed my limit. I clung to Leston Nyisama, and cried without reserve. Only sobbing sounded in the room for a while. Father. I understand the feeling to grieve for Julius. However, it's necessary to think about the future. Let's begin the discussion. The one who broke the gloomy silence was the first prince, who's our oldest brother, Cyrus Nyisama. To be honest, I'm not very good with this person. I have never seen him laugh and he's always devoted to work with a sour look. If I omit my older sister who's married into another country, he was the only one among the siblings that I have the intuition that I can't get along with him well. Cyrus Anarchy, father, and Shun are hurt. Isn't it fine to wait for a little more? No, Leston. It's as Cyrus says. But, father. Stop it, Leston. Father has say so. Cyrus Anarchy. It's fine. There are feelings of mourning as a family. However, we are the royalty before a man. Then, it's necessary fulfill the obligation as the royalty. Mourning comes after that. Father wipes the tears with the sleeve. Although father's eyes swelled up red, a powerful light dwelled in there. Is this the king's appearance? That's amazing. I can't do that. Shurin has inherited the hero title, so that means Julius have died. Father said the thing that nobody dared to say it clearly while biting his lips. In that word, Julius Nyisama's death was pointed out again. Although this was hidden from Shurin and the people, the information that the demon army finally have started the invasion was sent. Perhaps, Julius have died in the fight. The demon army. Although I have heard talks of the demon army's movement frequently, finally. Even that Julius Nyisama can't win against the demon army. The report on how the result of the battle is not here yet. I have sent an excellent magician who can use space magic to confirm it, but... Immediately after that, a knocking sounded in the room. Enter. Excuse me. Although I don't remember the name of the person who entered, he's one of the person who served as the general in this country. He advances slowly towards the center of the room, and get down on his knees. I would like to report. It's about the war of the human army and the demon army. It was just at the right timing. How is it? Yes. Although the detailed information is uncertain because the site is still confused, it seems that we have barely repelled the demon army while there's a serious damage. I see. Continue. In case of the information that's understood now, some of the forts seem to have fallen. Among those, the Khuzarayan fort was destroyed. What? That large fortress? Why yes. This is still not a certain information. The site is confused, so this is a baseless rumor. The demon army summoned a huge monster, blown by an unknown great magic and so forth. Rumors and guesses, it's a situation where we don't know which is the real information. However, the information of the demon army withdrew is true, is it? Yes. That's certain. I understand. Thank you for the report. Please continue to collect information. Yes. Then, excuse me. The general leaves the room. Father closes his eyes and wrinkle up his eyebrows, thinks about something. We brothers waited for father's next words. It seems that Julius's death has yet to be confirmed. Yes. The site seems to be confused. What shall we do? Conceal Julius's death and the fact that Shurin became the new hero for a while. There was no one in this place who's dissatisfied with father's decision. I don't understand the politics well, so I shouldn't interfere. It's still uncertain whether the demon army completely withdrew or not. If the hero's death is announced here, it will give uneasiness to the people. Although Julius's death will be known eventually once the talk from the site rises, don't reveal it to the others until then. Father, what would Shurin do in the future? Shurin, I'm sorry but you have to leave the academy today. At the same time, make preparations so that we can announce the new hero anytime. Shurin. Yes. Although you might be confused because it happened suddenly, you are the hero from now on. Succeed Julius's will, and you must bear the full brunt of the war as the hope of the humans. You might not be resolved for this yet. So before Julius's death is known, I want you to decide the resolution. Hope of the humans? Even if you ask me to decide such resolution suddenly. Your heart is probably not sorted yet. You may retire for today. Rest at ease. Father's kind voice. I will depend on that for now. I am sorry. Excuse me. I said it briefly and leave the room. The worrying eyes of father and Leston Ni Isama. Cirrus Ni Isama's cold eyes. I close the door to obstruct the view. Although I was driven by the impulse that wants to collapse on the spot, I bear it somehow and begin to walk. After that, 30 days passed. During that time, I did nothing but independent training in the castle. Since I became the hero, I must become stronger. That's just an appearance because if I don't do anything, I will think about various things and I won't calm down. If I move my body, my feelings were diverted a little. According to the story I heard, it seems that Julius Ni Isama's death is concealed worldwide. It might be father's influence, but each country might have judged that it's dangerous to announce the hero's death to the citizens at this unstable time. It seemed that the site of the battlefield is well known already, but it seems to be a future matter for the rumor of the battlefield to enter this country because this country is far from the battlefield. It seems that the demons didn't attack afterwards. It's said that there's a considerable amount of damage on the demons in this war, so they are considered to not move for a while. But, I can't be careless. It's not somebody else's problem anymore. It seems that there's no change in the state of the academy. I often talk with Sue and Katia with distant communication and hear the state. How's the state there? There's no change. There was a little confusion when Shun left the school suddenly. I see. Please tell everyone in the academy that I'm fine. Yes. Of course. Sue. How are you? I am fine. I see. How's there? Today, Yuri was called back by the church. Did she? Yes. Perhaps, I think that the information of Julius Ni Isama's death has reached the church. So, Yuri was called back because she was the next saint candidate. Probably. What happened to the saint that accompanied Julius Ni Isama? It seems that Ni Isama's comrades have died except Harinth-san. I see. It seems that Harinth-san who survived will return soon. I think that I can probably hear the story from him. I will ask various questions at that time. Yes. If possible, please behave yourself, okay? Well, I'm told to not reveal that I'm the hero until father announce it. So I won't do anything. Then, it's good. You sure say a strange thing. By any chance, are you worried? That's obvious. I see. Thank you. My pleasure. Such exchanges was done several times. Harinth-san is Julius Ni Isama's childhood friend and the comrade in arms equal to Ni Isama. I have met him several times with Ni Isama. When Harinth-san returns, I'm sure that I can ask various questions. How did that Ni Isama died? To be honest, I can't believe that ridiculously strong Julius Ni Isama can be defeated easily. Either he was caught in an unfair trap, or Ni Isama fights against a large army that even he can't win. I don't think that Ni Isama can lose in an one-to-one fight. I'm sure that this will be known when Harinth-san returns. I did nothing but independent training to brace my heart that almost sunk. Shun inherited the hero title. This is the worst. In addition, the movement of the surroundings is somehow suspicious. I might not be able to deal with it. I understand. I will return immediately. I am sorry even though you are busy. If it's for the students, sensei can work hard. I respect that part of yours. Well, I shouldn't be such a hot-blooded character though. How about the report to Potamas Dana? TL note, he calls Potamas as Potamas no Dana. It's already done. The worst case, it's necessary to think that to have Shunkun to be sheltered by the elves. I see. That might be good. 1T you oppose it. Julius Anarchy is dead, so I don't want my younger brother to die. If that's the case, then even if we won't meet anymore, it's better for him to stay alive. Yeah. Let's do our best. Ah. I'm counting on you. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 116. Chapter 116. Kumo-ko's survival. And she finally used it. Changed flame-clad to flame-cloak. 116 Spider vs Fire Dragon. The battle ends, and the Fire Dragon looks down at the sea of magma that's made by itself. There's the appearance of the subordinate monsters, and there's no appearance of the spider. The subordinate monsters have heat nullity, but the spider doesn't have it. There was no reason that it can survive after receiving a direct hit of the Fire Dragon's strongest breath. Did you thought about that, fool? A huge drop of poison is generated above the Fire Dragon. That poison is different from the weak poison that covered my body a while ago. It's the powerful lethal poison, deadly spider poison that has paralysis set to the maximum. The Fire Dragon was convinced that the battle has ended, and the deadly poison hits the Fire Dragon that became defenseless directly. The lump of huge deadly poison breaks through the Flame Cloak's defense and erodes the body. And then, sickle attack with all my might. The perfect single hit that aimed at the moment the flame disappeared due to the drop of deadly poison. My whole power is put into the attack. In other words, the double combo of deadly poison attack and corrosion attack. The hard scales are torn by corrosion, and the inside is undermined by deadly poison. I think that my strongest physical attack is nasty. The Fire Dragon raised the voice of pain and falls into the magma. I follow the thread that I attached on myself quickly and return to the ceiling. The Fire Dragon should have clearly seen the image of me being killed. I'm sure that it's confused now. The whole story of how I survived is easy. In the first place, I didn't receive that guy's breath. Before that, I didn't even go down to the ground from the ceiling. The Heresy Magic LV6 Phantom Dreams effect made it possible. The trump card number 1 that I have waited to activate it all the time. Phantom Dream is the magic that shows hallucination. I cast the magic at the chance when it panics because it's about to swallow the poison generated by poison synthesis. If the Heresy magic is not fired at such a chance, it would be resisted by reverse scale and its resistance ability easily. The Fire Dragon might have saw me going down to the ground, but I was actually clinging to the ceiling. And a surprise attack when it became careless because the battle ended. Before my strongest physical attack, even the Fire Dragon received a large damage. I also thought about escaping using hallucination for a moment. But I must not escape here. The escaping spider life. If it's like that, no matter how much time passes, I won't change from the time that my home was burned by that man. I will live proudly. I won't achieve that aim. My pride can never be regained. That's not good. I'm the ruler of pride. I as the ruler of pride must live proudly. So, I won't escape. Even if the winning chance is low, as long as the winning chance is not 0, I won't run away. I will win against the dragon here. I will win against the dragon and say goodbye to the weak me. That's right, I will win against the hated dragon. Hate? Huh? Although I thought that the Earth Dragon is scary, I never really hated it. Huh? Where does this feeling come from? Such thing is not worth worrying now. Even if I gave a huge hit, it doesn't change that I'm in a disadvantageous situation. After all, my HP is 1. The state that patience is activated. It became like this because of the recoil of my attack a while ago and my HP is reduced little by little. Although the corrosion attack is strong, the recoil is also huge accordingly. But that's not the only damage this time. The heat of Flame Cloak produced after being extinguished by the poison damages me. I still have my MP. In other words, I still won't die. But all of the Fire Dragon's attacks are instant death classes. The Fire Dragon also has received a considerable amount of damage by my single hit, but still, there's reserve strength. In addition, the monsters that came as reinforcements. Still a disadvantageous situation. I avoid the magma and go down to the ground this time. The Fire Dragon still remains sinking in the magma. The other monsters have no time to care about me after being crushed by the fire dragon's body right after the breath's aftermath. Now's the chance. I activate the trump card number 2 that I have prepared ever since the battle starts. My MP decreases at a ferocious pace. In my current state, MP consumption is equal to life consumption. But, this magic has the worth to activate even if I must pay the price. Right? Magic in charge, number 1, number 2. Yeah. Leave it to me. The magic activation using the power of 2 persons by the parallel will that leveled up. Number 2 advances the preparation all the time, number 1 turns to assistance and it becomes possible to activate at last. Now is the time, open, Hellgate. The vicinity darkens. The enormous darkness that even swallowed the light generated from the magma crawls up from the ground. That's as if the darkness of hell that exists underground begin to leak out to the world, swallowing the magma, ground, and monsters. The overflowing darkness swallows everything. Abyss Magic LV1, Hellgate. The highest rank dark magic that informs the beginning of hell. It's manifested in this world. The darkness swallowed everything, converged, sucked into the ground abruptly and disappeared. That's as if being sealed. Like the gate of hell was shut again. After that, only the worn-out fire dragon and me that have remained. Seriously? It can even endure that. But, the fire dragon's HP left a little. Its MP and SP are almost exhausted too. I'm sure that it used the skill's power to convert it into HP. Otherwise, there's no explanation that it can endure Hellgate. My MP decreased considerably because I used the Hellgate. In other words, I'm also worn out. Both worn out. The battle will be decided by the next attack. The attack that the fire dragon chose is the most primitive attack. In other words, it was a ramming attack. It's the right choice. In the state that both MP and SP are very limited, it's probably the most effective attack that the fire dragon can take. If it's the fire dragon's status and large build, it's the most effective attack. That is if the opponent is not me. I'm a spider. What's the spider's best weapon? Is it poison? Is it claw? Is it fang? It's all wrong. The fire dragon's body stops by the universal thread endowed with fire resistance. Even if its fire resistance is endowed, I can only use it for an instant in this middle layer. But, that's enough. If it's the fire dragon that don't have the flame cloak, I can stop it for an instant. My sickle that swung down there. Although one side was crushed because of the attack a while ago, both hands have my sickle. And, my attack with all my might cut the fire dragon's body. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 117. Chapter 117. 117 Dragon Killer. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV15 has become LV16. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill 3D Maneuver LV9 has become 3D Maneuver LV10. Conditions met. Skill 3D Maneuver LV10 has evolved into Skill Space Maneuver LV1. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV16 has become LV17. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Corrosion Attack LV1 has become Corrosion Attack LV2. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV17 has become LV18. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Evasion LV9 has become Evasion LV10. Conditions met. Skill Probability Correction LV1 was derived from Skill Evasion LV10. Skill points gained. Experience points has reached a certain degree. Individual, Zoa Air LV18 has become LV19. Every basic ability rose. Level up bonus skill proficiency was acquired. Skill proficiency reached. Skill Accuracy LV9 has become Accuracy LV10. Conditions met. Skill Probability Correction LV1 was derived from Skill Accuracy LV10. Probability correction LV1 has unified with probability correction LV1. Skill proficiency reached. Skill universal thread LV1 has become universal thread LV2. Skill points gained. Conditions met. Title Dragon Killer was acquired. By the effects of the title Dragon Killer, Skill Destiny LV1 Dragon Power LV1 was acquired. Constitution LV1 has unified with Destiny LV1. Drake Power LV3 has unified with Dragon Power LV1. The voice of heaven echoes, the status disappears from the Fire Dragon's appraisal result and its name changes into Corpse of the Fire Dragon. When I see it, I finally relaxed. There's no appearance of the monster in the surroundings. Although there's a great number of monsters that gathered outside of the range of Abyss Magic, I was able to confirm the figures running away at top speed when I search using detection. Did they ran because the Fire Dragon was defeated? Or, did they ran because they saw the Abyss Magic? Either way, it's a great help for me because I'm tired now. Although my status recovered completely by level up, I'm mentally tired. Although this happens every time, it was a hard battle. Half of my victory is like miracle. After all, the Fire Dragon's attack can kill me in one hit. I'm on the verge of death with just a graze by the aftermath. If I get hit by it directly, it will pierce my patience and instant death. If I meet the Fire Dragon before my parallel will level up, it would be dangerous. Parallel will leveled up, and there are 2 magic in charge. Thanks to that, I came to be able to use the Abyss Magic that was not usable up until now. Even if I say it, I used it without any trial this time. Although I understood that it's a range annihilation type magic from the magic composition, I'm scared of its destructive power that's more than my expectation. After all, the ground of about 100 meters in radius and 5 meters in height with me as the center was dented. Especially, the ground where the darkness converges and sucked became a deep hole. When I examine it with detection, the deep hole goes beyond the range of detection. Isn't this hole looks like it connects the middle layer and the lower layer? No, I don't know whether the lower layer is below this or not. Well, when I look at this hole, I will even think that it connects to the hell. As expected from Hellgate. If such power is shown, it's obvious that the monsters will run. However, even though I killed a lot of monsters with this, I don't level up. If I level up at that timing, I would have some composure. Was the experience points insufficient? I think that I killed a lot of monsters though. Oh, well. I was able to win somehow. But my level rose a lot 19, huh? I only need another level to evolve. So close. Crap. What's wrong? Information in charge. Because the ground sank by Abyss Magic, magma is flowing. Seriously. Serious. Body in charge, carry the Fire Dragon's body and withdraw before the magma overflows. I have to carry this huge thing. Of course. It seems that I will get muscular pain. Thus, I withdraw while carrying the Fire Dragon's body with great efforts. Although the speed of approaching magma was not fast, it was quite last minute because I have to carry the Fire Dragon. I almost sank into the magma. Then I should have thrown the Fire Dragon, but I have defeated it through so many troubles, so not eating it is rude. Defeat, eat, thank you for the meal. All these come in a set. Well, I can't eat the monsters that got swallowed by Abyss Magic, because they disappeared without a trace. Phew. Well then, body in charge, the custom scale peeling. Yay. Brute. And, I do the custom skill check. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 118. Chapter 118. 118 The meaning of killing a dragon. Now, skill. The proper confirmation of skill is important. Really important. Why, you say? It's because I didn't notice the resistance endowment of the universal thread so far. It's that. I'm an idiot. Why did I overlook such an important thing? One of the effects of universal thread, the resistance endowment, is as its name, the effect of my resistance type skills can be endowed to the thread. In other words, fire resistance can be endowed. It's no use even if I endow abnormal condition type resistance like the poison resistance, etc., but if I endow something like acid resistance, It will become very strong like the frog. I found the resistance endowment accidentally when I checked the skills again some time ago. Yes, I was surprised. I was surprised that it has such an effect and the careless me who overlook it. Ah, the thread will have more turns if I found this effect a little earlier. Even if I say that, it doesn't change the fact that it's easy to burn even with the fire resistance, so its highlights won't increase dramatically. If you ask me whether it's a help or not, it's probably a help. I should confirm the newly acquired title and skill now. As expected from the dragon. I never thought that I will get a title just by defeating one. Now, how's the effect? Dragon Killer Acquisition Skill Destiny LV1 Dragon Power LV1 Acquisition Condition Defeat a dragon species effect an increase in damage when the opponent is a drake or dragon species explanation the title presented to those who defeated the dragon species. It looks like the higher rank of Drake Killer. The skills are also similar. Destiny A bonus of skill level times 100 is added to the HP. And, a growth correction of skill level times 10 is added when level up. Dragon's power is temporarily gained. I did it. The skill that made up for my low HP was obtained. Although I'm not so weak thanks to patience, having HP is better after all. I might use my MP like this time too. Ah, but because the level up this time was earlier. It's slightly a waste to level up for 4 levels. If the title acquisition came earlier than the level up, I would be more happy with the growth corrections. Well, it can't be helped. I wonder is the dragon power the evolved skill of Drake power? If it's so, then, I must verify how much is the difference from Drake power later. This is important. Very important. Although Abyss Magic was used without trial because I didn't have the time to test it, it's important to confirm the skill's effect after all. Ah. Abyss Magic, huh? Although I want to test the magic above level 2, the power of this magic is not a joke. Even the level 1 magic can change the terrain, you know? Really, what will happen if the level rises? The MP consumption is also enormous, so it's not a magic that can be used casually. Even if this place is huge, as long as here is the labyrinth's underground, if I use Abyss Magic poorly and the labyrinth collapse, I will suffer from it. At present, even the level 1 has an outrageous power, so it's a little scary to try the one above it. I think that I will seal the magic of Abyss Magic that are higher than level 2 until I escape from the Elro Great Labyrinth unless a formidable enemy that can't be defeated with Hellgate appeared. Next, some skills evolved and derived. Probability correction is derived from evasion and accuracy. 3D maneuver evolves into space maneuver. Probability correction is the one that the eel had. Well, this is as expected because I saw the eel's skill composition. Because evasion and accuracy have reached max level, I just need to raise probability correction now. If I do that, my evasion and accuracy will be raised. This skill also seems to improve luck. I will pray for a moment. I want to live a little more peaceful life. Yosh. I think that I'm interested in the space maneuver, that's the evolution of 3D maneuver. Let's see. Space maneuver possible to move freely in every space. It's somehow an amazing explanation, but I don't understand. Every space? Like the air? Can I do a double jump? This also will be confirmed later. When the skill evolved, it becomes more usable. A disappointing skill might evolve and improve unexpectedly, so space maneuver might be a good skill. My strategy seems to expand more if I can double jump. I think that's all. My skills have powered up considerably. But, if only my level rose one more. A further leap would be possible. It's so close. A dragon perished? The place is Elro Great Labyrinth, huh? Is it that guy? No, it's different. That guy consents to anti-war. That guy will never move. Then, what? Administrator authority activate. What's this? A ruler? Furthermore, it's 3. What is this? I don't know such thing like wisdom. Being able to do such a thing, is it D? But, why? What is this skill? It's necessary to confirm it. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 119. Chapter 119. 119 Beam from the eyes. I won't do it though. Is the scales not done yet? Then, replace me. But I refuse. It looks like the scale peeling still needs some time. Meanwhile, let's use the skill points to acquire new evil eye. My level rose 4 times and the skill points have increased to 200, with this, I can acquire the higher rank evil eye. The evil eyes that can be acquired at 200 points are: Evil Eye of Lightning 200 inflicts lightning attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Wind 200 inflicts wind attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Earth 200 inflicts earth attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Heaviness 200 inflicts heavy attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Darkness 200 inflicts dark attribute damage to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Soul Break 200 inflicts heresy attribute effect soul break to things that enter your line of sight. Evil Eye of Stupefaction 200 inflicts heresy attribute effect stupefaction to things that enter your line of sight. It's like this. This is the attribute attack type, whereas the evil eyes that can be acquired at 100 points were abnormal status type. As for the evil eyes of the attribute that has bad affinity with me like fire, the points are more higher. Although the ability of 2 heresy attributes are nasty, I will pass it again because I will probably learn them sooner or later in heresy magic. Then, it will be the attribute evil eyes, but I don't know which to choose. Although dark is the most compatible, but I don't want my attributes to be the same. Although my number of attacks increased a lot now, at the beginning, I only had nothing but thread and poison, so my winning chance disappears when countermeasures of those two are done. Although I don't think that effective countermeasures can be done against all of my attacks, still, I think that I should have more attacks. That's why, dark is rejected. Wind, lightning, earth, and heavy have remained. But, what's the evil eye of earth? How does it work? I can't imagine it. Although I feel like wanting to see it, it seems to be useless against flying opponents. It might not be like that, but there's a possibility. I will pass the earth. 3 choices. I'm hesitating. I think that the wind probably shoot a shockwave-like thing to the guy who entered my line of sight. Then, isn't it effective to use it as defense? For example, shooting it to an approaching fireball and offsets it. Because it's effective to the thing that entered my line of sight, I'm sure that it's possible. The lightning is completely offensive. It seems to be the highest power among the 3. Does the lightning comes with paralysis? If it comes with it, then the paralysis rate will increase if I use it with Evil Eye of Paralysis. The possibility of no paralysis seems to be higher though. Heaviness is probably gravity. This one looks like a continuation type, whereas the others are single-shot attack types. I think that it raises the opponent's gravity. I'm hesitating because there are merits in all of them. Yosh, I decided it. Currently you have 200 skill points. The skill Evil Eye of Heaviness can be acquired by spending 200 skill points. Do you want to acquire it? Yes. Evil Eye of Heaviness was acquired. Remaining skill point 0. The one I chose after hesitating is Evil Eye of Heaviness. I choose this because I thought that I can obstruct my opponent's movement if I use this. My opponent's movement is slowed with Evil Eye of Heaviness, weakened with Evil Eye of Curse, and completely seal my opponent's movement with Evil Eye of Paralysis. The Evil Eye's triple play is completed here. Thus, I made the Evil Eyes to stop my opponent's movement. My other weapons are comparatively enhanced. When the time comes, I can just acquire a suitable magic skill at 100 points. Huh? Isn't that better? Although I'm very obsessed with the Evil Eyes, my status is a magic specialized status, right? Isn't it better to acquire magic skills? Of course not. I will keep it that way. It's not because I yearn to deploy 8 Evil Eyes at the same time. It's not that case. Well, either way, I will save my points for a while. I don't know how many points I will get in the evolution bonus. I will change the correspondence a little according to the amount. If it's a lot, I might put skills that need a lot of points like Sloth in my list. Well then. The reason why I chose Evil Eye of Heaviness is not only because it has an advantage in combat. With the meaning to test it, Evil Eye activate. You. What are you doing? Information in charge. I tried putting gravity on myself. It's heavy. I thought of what am I lacking of? And, that's muscle. This guy started to talk. That Z fighters train with many times of gravity, and they obtain the power to be able to defeat the approaching powerful enemies. TL note, Dragon Ball. Ah. Although I understand what you are saying, it's a hindrance while I'm scale peeling. There's no meaning if you don't accustom it. Sounds good, do your best, body in charge. Aim to overcome the 1000 times gravity. I'll die. Thus, it was decided that gravity will always be applied on myself. It looks like this evil eye has the effect as I thought. Raise the gravity of the thing that enters my line of sight. If I continue to apply this on myself regularly, I'm sure that the evil eye's skill proficiency and my physical status will increase. If things go well, the Herculean strength skill might rise. Although it's only a little heavy now because it's still level 1, it will become a considerable burden if its level rises. If I release my gravity during battle, I can do a limiter release. Sounds good. At that time, I want to shout restriction release, by all means. My voice won't come out though. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 120. Chapter 120. A visit from the administrator, and it's that person. 120 Administrator. I removed the scales. Well done. I will praise you. Well, passing mark, I guess. Why are you guys such self-important? Body in charge has finally finished peeling off the scales. I can finally eat the fire dragon. Now, I wonder how's the taste of the fire dragon. There's reaction in my space perception. Distortion of space. Although it's my first experience, I understand it somehow. This is transfer. Something is going to teleport towards here. I can't interfere it. In the first place, with my space magic level, I can never be able to interfere the person's teleport who can manipulate such advanced space. The guy who's trying to teleport himself here is good at handling the space magic according to the distortion of space that I perceived. That guy is far higher than me if only in space magic. And, the biggest problem is the opponent uses magic. In other words, it has the wisdom to use magic. Up until now, there was no monster that used magic. The fire dragon that was defeated is inexperienced even if it has the skill. After all, the fire dragon didn't activate magic at all. If you say it's natural, it's natural. There's a troublesome action to construct the magic in order to use it. It's necessary to have the wisdom to do it. In case of the fire dragon, it was much more effective to make a fireball rather than constructing a magic. Although there might be a species that can use magic in the monsters, there are simple skills that are stronger than magic. But, the guy who's trying to teleport now can handle the construction of the complicated magic. That means that guy has a firm intention and tries to come here. What for? There's only me here. If that's the case, I think that the aim must be me. Such carefree thing like transferring to this place accidentally is unthinkable. I conclude it like that with thought acceleration. I put myself on guard. The space splits and a man appears. It's a black man. There's nothing more to express about him, but black. The slim armor that looks like it combined with the body. The skin of the face, that's the only skin that can be seen, is also dark. The hair is also black. However, the eyes are strangely red. I realize it at the moment I saw the man's figure. I can't win. It's a different level. And, the thing that proves it. Impossible to appraise. Those words. But, there's no sense of danger somehow. On the contrary, a sense of intimacy rises in the man somehow. And a somewhat irritating strange sense. Why? This should be the first meeting with the black man. When such a strange existence appears suddenly, I shouldn't have such feelings if it's me. What are these feelings? The man says something. But, it's a language that I don't know. I tilt my head to the side unintentionally. The man says something again. No, please speak in Japanese. Otherwise, I won't understand. I can't speak different world language. TL note. Just putting it here. The man frowns. For the time being, it seems that this man has no intention to oppose me right now. But, what should I do? To be frank, I can't understand the man's speech, and even if I can understand it, I can't talk. Although it might be possible to communicate in writing, I can only write Japanese. Either way, mutual understanding is impossible. I'm troubled. It seems that the man is also perplexed somehow. Something fell between the man and me in the atmosphere that's not possible to say anything. It was a smartphone. Huh? No. I don't even know why is there a smartphone, but in the first place, how did it appear in front of me? This appeared suddenly without getting caught by my detection, you know? Hello. This is Administrator D. A voice was suddenly heard from the smartphone. Moreover, it's double. One is Japanese, and the other one is a language that I never heard before. Ah, no, is it the language that the man spoke a while ago? Ah, the man is saying something with the feeling of surprise. That means, the other language is this world's language that the one that the man spoke. Yes. I'm D. Kumo-san, please wait for a moment. Ah, yes. I wait because I was told to wait for a moment. The voice of the smartphone is speaking to the man in the different world language. The voice of the smartphone is a woman's voice. Although it's a wonderful sweet voice, I become extremely uneasy when hearing it. It's such a voice. It's also scary that there's no feeling in the flat tone at all. What's this? The man's expression changes whenever the talk advances. Although it's not an exaggerated change, the middle of his forehead wrinkled and opens his eyes wide lightly. And then, the man lets out a grand sigh and turns around suddenly. And, he teleported himself with space magic just like that. Only me and the mysterious smartphone remained. I am sorry to have kept you waiting. Because I have talked to him, he won't get involved with you by himself in the future. Ah, is that so? Rather than that, who are you? I am D. Ah, yes. Wait a minute. Did you read my mind just now? Yes. I read it. It's a violation of privacy. Because you can't talk, it's a temporary measure. Usually, I won't read until the mind. Until the mind. That means my actions were observed? I don't prefer calling it as observing. Spectating is more fitting. It's all the same. In short, you are a stalker. That's right. Because I won't get tired looking at you. D. I remembered it. It's the name that I heard when I acquired wisdom. Yes. That's a reward to you who's working hard. I'm glad that you are using it effectively. What is your purpose? It's just an entertainment. Huh? It's just an entertainment. There are no any further meaning and purpose. Are you serious? Yes. After all, I'm the world's worst evil god. This person is not good. Seriously dangerous. It was not an imagination that my body trembled just by hearing the talk since a while ago. This person is a genuine evil god. She only feels that my life is an entertainment to be used until the end. Although you said it in a terrible way, it's not wrong. Was this world made for your entertainment? That's wrong. If I'm seen from the world, I'm an outsider. What do you mean? I won't tell you any further. If I tell you, it will become uninteresting. Making me as a toy. Yes. Therefore, struggle to the utmost from now on and entertain me. There might be an answer that you are seeking for over there. Saying such thing as you please. See you later. The smartphone disappears. Without feeling any change of space. That was the meeting with the administrator D and the administrator called Kuro. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter S19. Shun 19. This chapter is really. Anyway, Julius's death is revealed. S19 Julius. Harinth-san has returned. It was yesterday that I heard about it. Although I can't stand doing nothing, everything have this thing called the order. It took time for me to be able to meet with Harinth-san. I couldn't calm down yesterday. And, finally, the meeting with Harinth-san comes true today. I was waiting impatiently for Harinth-san to enter the room where the meeting was held. It seems like I kept you waiting. Harinth-san who entered the room. He looks a little thinner than his tough appearance in my memory. Shun, I'm sorry. Harinth-san put his head on the ground and prostrate suddenly. A trivial thought comes into my mind for an instant that there's prostrating in this world. The truth is Julius shouldn't be the one who died. The one who survived should not be me but Julius. What do you mean? I manage to say it while my mouth almost dries. This. What's this? It was a red feather which became tattered that Harinth-san held out. That's the phoenix feather. It's the item that temporarily gives the user the immortality effect. TL note, I thought it was a phoenix down. What's wrong with this? Normally, this was supposed to be held by Julius who's the hero. But, he said that I as the shield should hold it and he pushed it to me. Then. I survived thanks to that item. But, it has already lost its effect now. The one who survived shouldn't be me but Julius. Harinth-san puts his head on the ground as if he's confessing and he continues to prostrate. Harinth-san, please raise your head. There's no need to lower your head. No, Harinth-san, I'm sure that Julius Nai-sama forcibly gave it to you, right? Saying something like it's alright because I won't die. Haha. As expected of brothers. It's correct. Harinth-san raised his head while smiling wryly. I won't die, but the death probability of Harinth is high because you're the shield, right? Then, Harinth should hold it rather than me. No matter how many times I try to reject, he will say that and won't accept it. My mouth loosens to Harinth-san's mimicry that's not similar. I tighten it and ask the thing that I must ask by all means. Harinth-san, please tell me about Nai-sama's last moment. I understand. Harinth-san stands up. Harinth-san and I sit down facing each other. Rather than telling, it's faster to see it. Harinth-san says so and takes out a crystal-like stone. What's this? This is an item that has the special ability called past vision. It's a valuable item that even skill can't reproduce at present. Harinth-san puts his hand on the crystal. Please put your hand on top of mine. Okay. I put my hand according to what Harinth-san said. Close your eyes. Let's go. At the moment I closed my eyes, an image rises on the back of my eyelids. Not only image but I can even sense the sound and smell. It was a battlefield. The innumerable demons who seemed to be the figure of the soldiers. Corpses everywhere. The front of the image is Julius Nai-sama's back figure. The white girl who steps up slowly. Julius Nai-sama has an impatient atmosphere that I have not seen it before. Julius Nai-sama who moves forward to protect his comrades. And, the next moment, Julius Nai-sama's body became dust and disappeared. Blackout. The image stopped there. What's that? That was Julius's last moment. Can such a thing happen? Julius Nai-sama is the human's strongest hero. And, that Nai-sama became dust instantly without any resistance being permitted. Impossible. Even though I think like that, Harinth-san says that it's Julius Nai-sama's last moment. Such. I also don't understand what happened. After that, I was surrounded by demons when I realized it. From there, I managed to draw out my memory and I finally realized that Julius had died. What's that? That white girl. That killed Julius Nai-sama. I don't know. That demon's identity is not known. However, if it's the attack that killed Julius, I can guess it to some extent. What is it? Corrosion attack. Corrosion. It's said that some monsters have it. The attribute that controls death. When a person fails in resisting the attack, it's said that the body will become dust. Julius was also the same. And, only the body becomes dust. The thing's worn doesn't change. Harinth-san takes it out. This is the thing that Nai-sama always wear. It seems that Julius never told you about it. This is the final present that your mother handed to Julius before dying. Harinth-san handed over to me. The pure white muffler. Sorry. It was the only thing that I can bring back. It's okay. Thank you. It was my limit to say until there. My view is blurred. I remember the time when I met Nai-sama for the first time. That's the time when I was still a baby. Nai-sama came over to the nursery with the attendants. Nai-sama looked at Sue and me, and shed tears. That was the only time that I saw Nai-sama's tears. Nai-sama patted our head while saying something and left. I at that time still don't understand the language of this world. Therefore, I don't understand what Nai-sama said at that time. I still don't understand. But, I think that Nai-sama made up his mind at that time. Afterwards, I knew the death of our mother on the day before. To be honest, even if it's said that this muffler is made by mother, I can't react on it. Because I never met with mother. But, Nai-sama is different. For Nai-sama, mother might have been an irreplaceable important person. Losing his beloved mother when he's young, and he must fight as the hero. In that pain, I wonder what kind of determination that Nai-sama made. Nice to meet you. I'm your Unii-san, Julius. Even if I look like this, I'm the hero. I still remember Nai-sama's smile when I met him the second time after I was able to understand what happened. I was surprised that he who looked like a child at the lower grades of elementary school had a calm smile. I was made to think that it's impossible for me to smile like that even though I should be more older if I add with my previous life. It was a smile that has something deep dwelled in it. Shurin is smart. You might be a good statesman in the future. Sue. It's not good to be spoiled. Shurin also has the sword talent. How about coming with me in the future? Ah, Sue, don't scowl at me so much. I understand. At that time, Sue also come along, okay. Shurin. I heard that you got a girlfriend. Moreover, you are calling each other by nicknames. Can I also call you as Shun from now on? Shun. I know that Sue is cute, but it's bad to keep spoiling her, you know. Shun, father is gentle. However, before he's a father, he's a king. He is fulfilling his responsibilities as a king who supports this country. Can you understand it? Shun, you can rely on Leston if anything happens. He's always in the royal castle. And, he's the most free in our family, so he will help you immediately. Brother is really brother. Although I lose sight of myself now, the feelings to this country are the same as me. Therefore, there's no need to worry. Harinth, I think that you should marry and succeed your house because you are almost reaching a good age. And yet, there's no such talk at all. I'm getting a little worried, you know? Me? Even if I get married, I can't give anything to my spouse. Marriage that will only bring sorrow shouldn't be done. Foo-foo. Because I have the evasion skill, don't think that such snowball can hit me. Wabu. Hey, Sue, that's cheating. Ouch. Sue. That's not snow. Because the stone is pain, it's not good. Hero is the hope of the humans. That's why, I can't lose. Absolutely. Memories with Julius Nai-sama overflow. Nai-sama always smiled. A smile that has deep gentleness that lets the person feel relieved. Inside me, the hero is Nai-sama. Can I even inherit that Nai-sama? I don't have the confidence. But, I don't want to let the thing which Nai-sama aimed to end because there's no confidence in me. It's fine even if it's a dream. It's fine even if it's laughed that it's a nonsense that can't be achieved. But, I'm sure that it's fine to aim at it. A world where everyone can laugh and live peacefully. I will continue to chase that ideal until I die. I also think that it's naive. But, it's not as much as Nai-sama. But still, I want to inherit that naive ideal. Shun. No, Hero Shurin. Harinth-san talks in a formal voice. I was not able to protect Julius. I disqualified as a shield. If such miserable me is fine, please let me work as the shield of the new hero. Harinth-san. Let me protect you as much as I was not able to protect Julius. Harinth-san. I should be one who say it. Please help me from now on. Harinth-san and I shook hands firmly. So, does it seems that the action as the hero is still early to begin. Ah. It will still take time for the church to support the new saint, so I think that it's after everything is prepared. I see. Sue. I know you understand this, but once I start my action as the hero, we can't be together like before. As expected. I thought that Nai-sama will say so. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. I'm no longer a child. I know that Sue is very strong among the adults. But, I don't want to take you along after all. I don't want to get Sue involved in dangerous things. I understand it. This is my selfishness. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. I understand. Sue, you can do anything you like until you graduate. Because you will be safe if you are in the academy. You are right. Even if I start acting as the hero, I will make sure to show my face as much as possible like Julius Nai-sama. Nai-sama, will you avenge Julius Nai-sama? I don't know. I think that it's unworthy to act as the hero to move for personal grudge. But, I still can't forgive it. I also don't know what I should do. It's all right. There's no need to worry about it. Why? You will understand soon. I see. I understand. I won't try to think about such thing as much as possible for now. Yes. Then, I will hang up any time now. Good night. Yes. Goodbye, Nai-sama. Oka-san. It became bad. The situation. It's the worst. Oka-san, I'm sorry to say this because you just returned, but prepare to take Shun out of this country immediately. Did something happen? My subordinate betrayed me. What? Our movements leaked out. Sorry. It's my mistake. What's the prediction of what happens after this? If that's possible, I won't have a hard time. But, my unit received an assault. It's certain that there's something. Let's hurry. Ah. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Extra 3. Bestiary 3. Extra Bestiary. Author note, to commemorate the total of 150 chapters. Inaugratch LV1. Status. HP 140140 green. MP 3030 blue. SP 100100 yellow. 9090 red. Average offensive ability 100. Average defensive ability 85. Average magic ability 25. Average resistance ability 30. Average speed ability 100. Skill. Throw LV1 accuracy LV1 3D maneuver LV1 cooperation LV5 anger LV8 revenge. Also known as monkey. It has the unique skill called revenge. It's called as the revenge monkey from the fact that it will attack those who harm its comrades persistently. The breeding season exists, so the damage when the numbers increased becomes serious. While the individual danger degree is D, it's a dangerous monster that can be ranked as S according to the scale of troop. The individual inhabit in the Elro Great Labyrinth has the night vision originally. By the way, the troop that Kumo defeat in the story is the smallest scale. Bugragratch LV1. Status. HP 600600 green. MP 100100 blue. SP 588588 yellow. 564564 red. Average offensive ability 559. Average defensive ability 531. Average magic ability 97. Average resistance ability 106. Average speed ability 548. Skill. Throw LV6 accuracy LV6 3D maneuver LV6 cooperation LV6 overeating LV1 rest LV1. Also known as huge monkey. The evolved form of Inaugratch that has a huge crocodile-like mouth. However, the revenge skill and the rage skill are lost by evolving somehow. It's a strange species that loses skills by evolving. Because revenge was lost, even if it's defeated, its comrades won't attack in great numbers. It might get mixed in the large troop of Inaugratch once in a while, but it won't cooperate with them. The individual danger degree is C, that's near B. It's an unusual species that it's said that its pre-evolution is more dangerous. It's said that the skills were lost because of species preservation, but the truth is uncertain. Elro Gene Rush LV1. Status. HP 132132 green. MP 106106 blue. SP 128128 yellow. 128128 red. Average offensive ability 70. Average defensive ability 70. Average magic ability 68. Average resistance ability 67. Average speed ability 73. Skill. Fire Drake LV1 Accuracy LV1 Swim LV1 Heat Nullity. Also known as Seahorse. It's a monster that has the appearance of a seahorse that has limbs grown. Low-rank drake species. Usually, it swims in the magma and looks for food. Although it will lose to any monster in the middle layer, it will shoot fireball to the intruders from the upper layer and lower layer. However, it's a muscle brain, so when its MP is exhausted, it will rush physically. Reckless. But, it will run away if the opponent is too strong. Danger Degree, D. Elropaic LV1. Status. HP 130130 green. MP 130130 blue. SP 141141 yellow. 149149 red. Average offensive ability 102. Average defensive ability 96. Average magic ability 95. Average resistance ability 93. Average speed ability 106. Skill. Enhanced Smell LV3 Fire Attack LV1 Heat Nullity. Also known as Red Dog. An appearance of a red dog. Comparatively lovely. Uses the sense of smell to find its prey like a dog. But, it burns brightly when attacking. It's not cute at that time. Danger Degree, D. Elrogene 7 LV1. Status. HP 390390 green. MP 150150 blue. SP 148148 yellow. 395395 red. Average offensive ability 296. Average defensive ability 256. Average magic ability 91. Average resistance ability 88. Average speed ability 89. Skill. Fire Drake LV2 Dragon Scale LV1 Accuracy LV6 Swim LV5 Overeating LV1 Heat Nullity. Also known as Catfish. It's a monster that has the appearance of a catfish that has limbs grown. Low-rank drake species. The evolved form of the seahorse. Swallows everything with its huge mouth. Changes into coward after evolving. It will run away even if the opponent is only a little stronger. It's always aimed by a certain spider because it's delicious. Danger Degree, C. Elrogene Rave LV1. Status. HP 980980 green. MP 490490 blue. SP 880880 yellow. 950950 red. Average offensive ability 881. Average defensive ability 809. Average magic ability 444. Average resistance ability 421. Average speed ability 573. Skill. Fire Drake LV4 Dragon Scale LV5 Enhanced Fire LV1 Accuracy LV1 Zero Evasion LV1 Probability Correction LV1 High Speed Swim LV2 Overeating LV5 Heat Nullity Life LV3 Agility LV1 Endurance LV3 Powerful LV1 Sturdy LV1. Also known as Eel. It's a monster that has the appearance of a eel that has limbs grown. Medium-rank drake species. The evolved form of the catfish. It can shoot out a powerful fireball attack that can't be compared with the low-rank drakes. Its physical abilities are also high, so it's purely strong. It also has the thinking ability to judge the situation. Although it's not a coward like the catfish, when the opponent is a higher rank, it might withdraw. In addition, it's also aimed by a certain spider because it's delicious like the catfish. Danger Degree, B. Elrodebigiad LV1. Status. HP 8888 green. MP 3333 blue. SP 7070 yellow. 6060 red. Average offensive ability 50. Average defensive ability 42. Average magic ability 19. Average resistance ability 15. Average speed ability 38. Skill. Swim LV1 Heat Nullity. Also known as Round Insect. It's a monster that has an appearance like a round globe with 4 feet. Its status is also low, and its only weapon is ramming attack, so it's very weak. However, it will escape into the magma as soon as it perceives danger. Danger Degree, E. Elrogifrog LV1. Status. HP 8080 green. MP 7070 blue. SP 6565 yellow. 6565 red. Average offensive ability 64. Average defensive ability 55. Average magic ability 42. Average resistance ability 42. Average speed ability 40. Skill. Poison synthesis LV2 acid attack LV2 shoot LV3 swim LV1 night vision LV7 poison resistance LV2 acid resistance LV2 heat nullity. Also known as frog's evolved form. The alias as it is. The evolved form of the frog that inhabits in the upper layer to adjust the middle layer's environment. Therefore, neither its status nor skills have strengthened dramatically. Danger degree, D. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 121. Chapter 121. Changed evil eye of heaviness. And similarly, darkness. 121 Let's forget about it quickly. Eat. Bitter. Very bitter. It's bitter, a little sweet, and a sad taste. Good morning. Although I don't know whether it's morning or not, I was able to wake up safely today. Unfortunately, the very useful, parallel will can't be used to sleep by turns. No matter how many wills there are, there's only one body. That's why, if my body sleeps, my consciousness will also fall. This only can't be helped. Yesterday, after I talked with D, who's a evil god, I was absent-minded for a while. Although I was able to confirm the existence when I acquired wisdom, I never thought that she would talk to me like that. Well, the only thing that I understand about her is that she is seriously dangerous. I understood the thing that I didn't understand. The mysteries increased instead. Smartphone, fluent Japanese, black man. Although I don't know who's that black man, I think that he's a man in this world. He talked to D in the mysterious language, so I think that it's probably the language of this world. But, if it's like that, there's a question. Why can D speak Japanese fluently? In the first place, it's strange that there's a smartphone. No matter how I look at it, that was a smartphone. Although I don't know what's the technological level of this world, even if it's on the same level, it's hard to think that a smartphone can be made exactly the same in such a different world. Then, is that smartphone a product from Earth? When thinking that, I can understand why D can speak Japanese fluently. She is in Japan. Although I don't know whether she's in Japan now or not, I'm sure that she has been in Japan. Come to think of it, the voice of heaven and the appraisal result, both are in Japanese. I should have feel weird towards the Japanese that's used in this world naturally. Because I only know Japanese, I was convinced that it's matching me, but it's probably wrong. D sets to Japanese. The suspicious one is the mysterious garbled text skill. This skill might have the function to translate the different world language into Japanese. If it's like that, I should have been able to understand the black man's talk, so it's wrong. But, the system-related sound and display are made Japanese. It seems probable. Various secrets might be compressed in this skill. Although it's good until there, I don't understand any further. What's the existence called administrator? Does she really look at me only as an entertainment? I don't know. It's no good. It's getting complicated. This is not like me. Here, I should be as the usual me, things that I don't know are left unknown. Although I don't know whether she's a evil god or not, if it's only peeping, there's no harm. I don't intend to live an embarrassing life. I'm sorry. Exclude the part where my buttocks caught fire. Well, whatever her motives are, I'm me. I should live like me from now on. That's right. Let's do that. Let's forget D for the time being. Because she said that the black man won't get involved, it's fine to forget it. But D said that she gave the wisdom skill as a reward. Maybe, I should say my thanks to her there. Oh, well. If she come again, let's say it at that time. She said later. Well then, let's restart the exploration. Yesterday, Body in Charge ate the fire dragon while I was absent-minded. The taste is like adding the white fish and chicken, then divided by 2. It was delicious. But, after all, I want seasoning. Although it's more delicious than the unappetizing monsters up until now, it's a little unsatisfying. Since I ate the catfish, I ate a lot of delicious things, so my desire might have came out. Although the taste was such feeling, the amount was a considerable volume. To the extent that my SP that the stock had decreased considerably in the Mortal Kombat became full. Because it was a waste, I consumed my SP to gain skill proficiency, and while I'm at it, I ate the remainder. If the level of space magic rises, will I learn an item box-like magic? Although I thought that it was unnecessary at first, if I meet a big thing again, it's hard to finish eating everything. Because I don't want to leave it, it would be convenient if I can take the part that I can't eat finish. By the way, Shadow Sink can't become the substitution for the item box. If a thing is put into that, it can't be moved. It's really a strange magic. I mean, the shadow magic itself is quite strange. Both offensive ability and the utility. It's also troublesome that it's a late bloomer, that it needs to become level 6 to be useful. Besides, while saying that it's a late bloomer, the flower bloomed is strange. Will the shadow magic derives or evolves into dark magic when it becomes level 10? It will probably become it, but judging from me who has already acquired the highest rank dark magic, I don't feel much charm. Well, the abyss magic has the weakness of can't be used casually because of its high power, so it's a welcome to get magic that has moderate fire power. However, because I have defeat the fire dragon, it might have really became that there's no enemy in the middle layer. Let's break through the middle layer with this condition. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 122. Chapter 122. 122 Flying. Phew. Phew. Ah, I can't stop grinning. Now I feel like I can even fly. Physically. What I'm trying to say is that the new skill evolved from the 3D maneuver skill. Space maneuver was considerably high spec. I can do a wall run or a jump without relying on 3D maneuver because I'm a spider, so it was useless, but space maneuver is different. This skill makes aerial double jump possible. As for how it feels, it's like an invisible footing appears in the air temporarily. By kicking this footing, I became to be able to move freely in the air. In the eel battle before evolution, I almost died because I didn't have enough mobility on the ceiling. Although it became better after my status rose because of evolution, I recognize it again that I need air mobility when fighting with the fire dragon. Even if I can fight with threads in the air, it won't go any further than that. In that case, I can't fight against opponents that can fly like the fire dragon. That's why, I even used one of my trump cards, which is the genjutsu in the fire dragon battle, to avoid air battle. But, if I have this space maneuver, the problem is solved. Rather than the normal flying with wings, because I make use of my speed, that's my characteristic, it can be said that my aerial combat ability increased at a dash. I seem to be able to fight with the bee in the air now. Having said that, aerial mobility is not versatile. There are some weaknesses, or perhaps I should say, defects. First of all, red SP is consumed to activate. Well, this can't be helped. If such a convenient skill can be activated without consumption, it would be like a balance breaker. TL note, High School DxD. It may become the natural enemy of flying guys. If possible, I would prefer it to consume my excessive MP, but I shouldn't be luxurious. Thus, I can't keep flying endlessly. It looks like the degree of the consumption is proportional to the time of the footing is formed. So, the most efficient is to make the footing for an instant and jump. On the contrary, my SP will decrease at a ferocious pace when I stand still on the footing absent-mindedly. It decreases to the extent that I might starve to death. Next is the footing is comparatively fragile. I think that it's probably because of the low skill level. If it's my current full speed, the footing will be pierced when I kick it. When I kick it full power, I will drop because of the footing being pierced rather than advancing forward. Of course, when I'm in full speed condition and I land on the footing, it will still be pierced. Therefore, I must drop my speed in the air. Because I have tested it several times, I grasped the how much speed that I need to drop to prevent piercing it. It was good because it's experimenting, but if this is used without testing in a combat, I will become defenseless at the moment I pierce it. Verification is really important. If this is said as can't be helped, it sure is, but I can't do anything but to expect the footing becomes firm when the skill level rises. I think it will become like that if its level rises, and I want it to be able to endure my top speed as early as possible. But, because I want to save my SP as much as possible, it's hard that I can't do my usual skill proficiency gaining. Ah, it would be really good if it consumes MP. Everything is because of the small fries hiding inside the magma. Like this, I can neither eat nor gain experience points. Even though I just need one level to evolve, that one level is endlessly far. Although I think that my level will rise sooner or later if I defeat the monsters on the land continuously, the experience points gained from small fries don't worth much. Thanks to Wisdom Summa, I know the necessary experience points to level up. When I appraised the level, the necessary experience points to the next level is displayed. Although I always checked it after fighting, it looks like the experience points gained is proportional to the opponent's strength. If it's the seahorse, it's considerably few. If it's the catfish, it's normal. If it's the eel, it's somewhat a lot. Fire drake is a lot. Fire dragon is an extremely large amount. Like that. My strength is unrelated, and it looks like there's a fixed experience points depending on the opponent's strength. If it's the game, the experience points gained from the small fries decreases according to the player's strength. So, if I think from the current data, the necessary experience points to my next level up is 6 eels. It's to the extent that even if I defeat the fire drake, it still won't be enough. The level that I will feel depressed when I convert it into the small fries. If I can defeat the eel of the fire drake, it will be quick, but I only saw one fire drake in the lake of magma, and the eel is considerably rare. I can't find the figure like it even if I search with the detection. In addition, even if I found it, I think that it won't come out from the magma. It's not like the eel and the catfish that they won't challenge an opponent that they can't win. On the contrary, if it's the fire drake, it might attack me. Although it might be only that fire drake in that lake of magma has that personality, if the fire drake species is belligerent, I might be able to eat it together with its subordinates if things go well. Well, that's only if there's one. Fire dragon? Like I can fight against such monster carelessly. Even if you say that I won, it's a higher rank than me. I don't want to do it again because winning it previously was something like a miracle. Well, I have no choice but to hunt small fries little by little and go one step at a time. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 123. Chapter 123. Kumo ko becomes a dragon. 123 I obtained the dragon power. Uhahaha. I see the front from the shadow of the rock quietly. At the land considerably far ahead, about 7 monsters gathered there. Valuable food and experience points. That monster is the red dog. Although it's a red-colored dog, it has nothing to do with a certain marine higher up. TL note, Akainu. The red dogs are spending their time playing around and sleeping. But, that dog has sharp sense of smell because it's dog, and it will notice before I approach it. For the time being, intimidation off. Although I noticed it, the effect of stealth slightly returns when I turn off intimidation. I become hard to be noticed by my opponent. Well, as long as I have the Fearbringer title, I can never hide completely. It's just that even if I turn off intimidation, I became a little hard to be noticed. Because the red dog's enemy searching ability is high, I'm now using telephoto to look at them so that I don't get noticed, but they will notice sooner or later if I approach them. Then, they will run away naturally. The red dogs don't have the swim skill. So it can't escape to the magma. But, it will be troublesome if they scatter and run. Although I don't intend to let even one to get away, if they run to the opposite direction, unnecessary labor is needed. I must hunt them well so that it won't happen. Famu. Here, I should test that skill that I obtained some time ago in combat. Thus, Dragon install. Dragon power, activate. By the way, Magic Combat Act has been activated. My status skyrockets at that moment. I begin to run to the red dogs with my enhanced speed. Although the red dogs notice my existence on the way, it's already late. I brandish my sickles and decapitate 2 heads quickly. I go around the 2 that try to run away, and decapitate their head similarly. The remaining 3 try to run to the opposite direction. I release a breath immediately. As planned, the breath collides with the ground in front of the red dogs, and cause an intense explosion. The red dogs were overturned by the shock. I finish them off without missing that chance. Mission complete. Phew. This kind of thing is easy for me. Well then, I will eat it while it's fresh. Phew phew phew. Dragon power, as expected of dragon power. The rise of status that can't be compared with the Drake power. Although it's incredible with that alone, dragon power has two additional effects. One is breath. Only at the time dragon power is activated, I can release a breath. There are two kinds of breath that can be released that are the single shot type like the fireball and the annihilation type wide range breath. Unfortunately, the power is not so high. As expected, I can hold a part of the dragon's power, but I'm far behind the original dragon. Well, even if I say that, it's enough because it has the power approximately the same as the eel. The reason why I never let the red dogs receive it directly is because I thought that they will vanish if they receive it directly. There's no way I will let my precious meat to vanish. By the way, this breath seems to become the user's most suitable attribute. In my case, my breath is a composition of poison and dark attribute. Dark attribute bring forth pure destructive power, and poison attribute erodes the opponent. When thinking about it, although it will lose to a real dragon in destructive power, it might win in the nastiness. The second one is the same effect as dragon scale, the power to obstruct magic. This also don't have the effect like the original dragon, but I think that it can at least attenuate the power. Because there's no monster that uses magic, I can't test it. My status rises purely, my weapon is done, and my defense also increased. Although it's such a wonderful skill, there's a defect that the consumption is significant. Although it was the same as the Drake power that it consumes SP and MP, the consumption increased. MP is fine. But, the decrease of SP is not fine. Although I used it this time to try it out, the cost is too high to use it in a small fry battle. It's a anti-boss class skill. Recently, my use of SP became plenty. Although it's fine for normal activities, if I think to gain skill proficiency, it's not enough. Space Maneuver, Dragon Power, and Magic Combat Act. It would be fine if I have the automatic SP recovery, but there's no such thing. I have eaten my meal obediently. Compared with that, I have excess MP. I activate Magic Combat Act while moving, and Magic in Charge number 1 and number 2 use magic continuously, but still, it's only to the extent that the consumption is slightly higher than the recovery. No matter how much effort I put to consume it, when I wake up from my sleep, oh, wow, complete recovery. Although I can use the magic that has a lot of consumption like the Abyss magic, if I do that, a natural disaster will occur in my surroundings in the labyrinth. That's bad. That's definitely the collapse flag. Besides, I'm concentrating in raising the level of the lowest level magic that I have, which is the space magic now. Space magic became level 2. As expected, this skill demanded a lot of skill points, so the level up is more slower than the other magic skills. The magic learned at level 2 is coordinates fixation. It's a magic that only fixes the selected range of the level 1 coordinates specification. Even if I say fixation, it only stops the line that appeared by the coordinates specification, so it has no material influence at all. This is also the same as coordinates specification, that it's a preliminary step to use the higher level magic. However, while coordinates specification was not useful at all, this coordinates fixation is useful. I can shoot magics and skills to the fixed coordinates. In this case, the hit rate to the coordinates is 100%. Now that my accuracy skill has reached the max level, I don't think that it's needed, but it's better than nothing. I want it to level faster and learn teleport. Because my MP is superfluous, do your best, Magic in Charge number 1 and number 2. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 124. Chapter 124. 124 Upper Layer, I have returned. Eat. 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 Like pulling a thread. Slowly and carefully. Chew it like taking a sip. Skill proficiency reached. Skill satiation LV2 has become satiation LV3. Skill proficiency reached. Skill divinity area expansion LV4 has become divinity area expansion LV5. Skill proficiency reached. Skill taboo LV8 has become taboo LV9. I increase my pace and continue advancing for several days. When I see the auto map drawn by Wisdom Sama, it's understood that I have moved a considerable distance. Apparently, this middle layer is meandering between the upper layer and the lower layer, and covered the whole thoroughly. Although it's good that it's a one main path unlike the upper layer, it's a very long path to the extent that I'm amazed. Although I found several passages for Mother and pits, of course I didn't approach it. I must not get carried away just because I defeated the fire dragon. I still don't think that I can defeat Mother. Rather than that the mysterious attack fired when I saw it in the middle layer, I start to think that it's the breath of dragon power. Although this is only a guess, if it's that Mother, it shouldn't be strange that it has dragon power. Then, that means Mother has already achieved the dragon killer. Haha. Like I can win. Like I will approach the place where such thing might wander around. Along the way, I advanced without meeting any danger like danger. Not only fire dragon, but there's even no fire drake. After all, generally, the monster's level in the middle layer falls considerably than the lower layer. Strong monsters might not grow up because of that. Although some eel-like shadows was detected, they didn't come out from the magma. I shot the breath and magics, but it only made them to stay in there even more. The catfish is also the same. I mean, even the seahorse that comes attacking me irritatingly runs away at the moment it saw me. Although it's possible to release a breath before it noticed to get one kill, if I do that, the consumption is huge and the corpse doesn't remains. Even if it remains, it's useless because it will only sink into the magma. Then, I can't get my meal. Although it becomes experience points, when thinking about cost effectiveness, I don't want to do it. That's why I only defeat the monster that gone up to the land by chance. And, if I don't consume my SP uselessly, it can last. I saved the experience points little by little, and if I compared it with the time I fought the fire dragon, it became almost half. But still, it's half. The distance until evolution is far. Because I advanced while suppressing the consumption of my SP-related skills didn't rose too much. Well, it can't be helped. Although I don't need to save this much if I can eat as much as I want, I make sure that I have enough SP so that I'm fine even if I meet a formidable enemy like the fire dragon. Even if it's not so, I may starve normally if there's no monster on the land. I can't consume my SP instantly. The MP-related rose considerably instead. Every magics, poison synthesis, magic combat act, and every evil eyes. As for magic, shadow magic, became level 10. As expected, the derived skill was dark magic. Because the shadow magic is still strange even though it has reached max level, I think that I will train the dark magic from now on. Although space magic rose fairly well, teleport is still not learned. Although there's no need to rush because it's rising steadily, the growth is slower than the other magics, so it makes me anxious. Poison synthesis and poison magic have reached max level 2. Should I say it is unexpected? The derived skills are similar types that are medicine synthesis and treatment magic. Is it that? That poison can also become medicine. At any rate, I have finally obtained a recovery means. Up until now, because I have relied on automatic recovery and level up to recover, it's great that I can recover wounds by myself. Well, the level is still low, and the effect can't be confirmed yet because I'm not in a HP decreasing situation. I think that I will try reducing my HP when I have the time sooner or later. Heresy magic also reached max level. And, the derived skill of this guy was a big problem. It was taboo. Fortunately, the level didn't rose, but I thought that my heart was going to stop. No, although it didn't rose at that time, it became level 9 before I know. One more to max level. This might be slightly dangerous. Some evil eyes have reached max level 2. Evil Eye of Curse evolved into Evil Eye of Grudge. This evil eye, the decreased HP, etc., by the curse are returned to me. Because the pure offensive ability rises, the effect is absolutely higher than before evolution. Although I can't absorb the status, it's great that I can absorb the SP. Absorb with the evil eye, and the effect is accelerated by the meal. Evil Eye of Paralysis also evolved into Evil Eye of Stasis. It looks like this not only has the paralysis, it has the attribute that's close to time stop. The monster that trembled by the paralysis became stationary suddenly with this evil eye. I think that it probably the attribute is a mix of paralysis and an attribute that I don't know. Because there's no similar attribute even if I see the skill list, there's no positive proof. Well, because my win is decided when my opponent caught it as usual, it simply became stronger. Although, Evil Eye of Heaviness, rose, as expected, it didn't reach max level. I acquired a resistance called, Heavy Resistance, instead because I continued putting it on me all the time. However, it was a miscalculation that acquiring made my muscle training efficiency fall. Lastly, Telephoto. This evolved into Clairvoyance. As for the effect, it has an enhanced effect of Telephoto, and the see-through effect is added. I can see the scenery behind the wall. However, it's slightly different from the Clairvoyance that I heard that it can see everywhere in the world. It's simply an extension of Telephoto. A certain thing reflected in that Clairvoyance a while ago. The long slope to the top. It was long. I had a terrible experience until here. Finally, I can relax. It's time to say farewell to this ridiculously hot place. I'm home, upper layer. Kumo Desu, Nani ka? Chapter 125. Chapter 125. 125 Deep Fried. I have returned, upper layer. Finally, I have returned. Because the middle layer life was long, I missed this upper layer's comfortable atmosphere. It's so wonderful when it's not hot. I taste the impression of returning to the upper layer for a while. It was really long until here. I got chased by the snake and I fall into the lower layer. Fight with the bees. Roared by the earth dragon. Wander around the lower layer that's full of powerful monsters. Attacked by the monkeys. When I thought that I finally escaped from the lower layer, the middle layer is a burning hell. When I'm preparing my middle layer capture, the earth dragon roared at me again. When I started my middle layer capture, the greatest enemy called the magma blocks me. The catfish is a delicacy. The eel is a formidable enemy. Mother wanders around aimlessly. The fire drake comes in great numbers. The fire dragon was ridiculously strong. Huh? Why am I alive? I wonder what's the meaning of being alive. I'm alive. Well then, because I have achieved my biggest objective that was to reach the upper layer, what should I do from now on? Several days after returning to the upper layer, I spread my nest near the middle layer's entrance. This is what I have wanted. A wonderful my home. I don't need to worry about it getting burned and I can sleep soundly. After all, the life with threads calms me down. Happiness. Although I looked around the surroundings in this several days, there's no monster that seems to be strong in the vicinity. Even if it's the same upper layer, the place where I am now is almost the other side of the place where I was at the beginning. It's so far that it seems that Honshu of Japan can enter between the distance completely. I wonder will the ecology change to that extent when it's far because there was monster that I'm not familiar with. But, I was relieved a little because there's the monster as before. Like the frog. Although the vicinity of the entrance to the middle layer is considerably wide, it branches into narrow passage when advancing forward from there. Therefore, there's no large monster in the vicinity. Well, although it's not necessarily that large equals to strong, the strong monsters that I have seen so far are mostly large. On the contrary, there's not much small guys that are strong. When thinking so, am I who's strong and small rare? Even if it's a small and weak guy, it might come in crowd like the centipede and the monkey, so I can't be careless. If it's the current me, I can eradicate them with abyss magic, but when I think of using it in such a complicated cave-formed place, I can only see the future of a great collapse. I guess I will have to substitute it with poison mist. Well, at present, there's no monster that has such threat. Because there's no refuge called the magma, the monster can't escape from me. Although I feel that the number of monsters that I encounter decreases as days pass, this is surely an imagination. And, I think that now that I have escaped from the middle layer desperately, I will raise my skill leisurely and live here for a while. Do it moderately unlike the time before the middle layer capture. I want to laze around a little. Because I have done my best to reach here, it should be permitted. And so, I increased my personal security that was a matter of concern for the time being when I reached the upper layer. Although it was not guaranteed, it's certain that the upper layer is safer than the middle layer where my thread is not usable. Although I have thought about it before, I think that I want to do the thing that I didn't do. For that reason, I made my nest near the middle layer. I go out of my home slowly towards the middle layer. Ah, hot. When I experience the air in the upper layer, I understand how tiresome the air in this middle layer. I did well to move in this place for a long time. I want to praise myself. Such a thing is fine now. I approach the magma quietly. Ugh, it's very hot when I approach it. Uaa, when I want to do it, it's scary. Eei. Woman is courage. Toriah. I thrust my sickle into the magma. Hot, pain. Skill proficiency reached. Skill pain alleviation LV8 has become pain alleviation LV9. I have magic in charge number 1 and number 2 continue to keep using the newly learned treatment magic LV2 micro treatment to my sickle. But still, the sickle is burning faster. Rather than burning, isn't it melting? Ah, crap. Even my body caught fire. I pull up my sickle from the magma in a hurry and poison synthesis. The lump of poison extinguished the fire on my body. Ha! It was painful. What I wanted to do was to raise fire resistance. Even though I walked in the middle layer for a long time, my fire resistance is on level 7. The rise is terribly slow. Even though I experienced such a painful experience, my fire resistance didn't rose. I'm glad that pain alleviation rose instead. Although I came out of the middle layer, there's no change that I'm weak to fire. Because there's a place where I can raise fire resistance, like this, I think that I should just strengthen it until it becomes heat nullity. I can't do it even if I thought of it because I have given priority to safety up until now, but there's no need to worry about safety from now on. Ah, nevertheless, after all I say, my sickle is melting. The micro treatment learned it, treatment magic LV2, can't cure the injury with a part loss. It's a magic at the soothing level that it can only cure scratch or small injury. As for this, I have to wait my automatic recovery to regenerate it. Because the automatic recovery has evolved into high-speed recovery, it won't take so long. But still, with this condition, it looks like heat nullity will take a lot of time. Zoa Air LV19 no name. Status. HP 499687 green 0 details, 185 up. MP 50125012 blue 1300 details, 916 up. SP 636636 yellow details, 114 up. 636636 red 1191 details, 114 up. Average offensive ability 590 details, 84 up. Average defensive ability 685 details, 82 up. Average magic ability 4757 details, 856 up. Average resistance ability 4871 details, 850 up. Average speed ability 3152 details, 472 up. Skill. High speed HP recovery LV1, new, magic extremity magic combat act LV8, 6 up, SP recovery speed LV7, 1 up, SP consumption down LV8, 1 up, enhanced destruction LV3 enhanced slashing LV3 enhanced poison LV8, 1 up, fighting spirit LV5, 1 up, vitality granting LV2 dragon power, new, deadly poison attack LV4, 1 up, corrosion attack LV2, 1 up, heresy attack LV1 poison synthesis LV10, 2 up, medicine synthesis LV2, new, thread talent LV4 universal thread LV2, 1 up. Thread manipulation LV8 throw LV8, 1 up, space maneuver LV2, new. Concentration LV1 0 thought acceleration LV8, 1 up, foresight LV8, 1 up, parallel will LV3, 1 up, high speed calculation LV4, 1 up, accuracy LV10, 1 up, evasion LV10, 1 up, probability correction LV2, new, stealth LV9 silent LV6, 1 up, intimidation LV5, 4 up, conviction hell heresy magic LV10, 4 up, shadow magic LV10, 3 up, dark magic LV3, new, poison magic LV10, 3 up, treatment magic LV2, new, space magic LV6, 5 up, abyss magic LV10 patience pride. Satiation LV3, 2 up, Wisdom Night Vision LV10 Visible Range Expansion LV4, 1 up, Destruction Resistance LV3 Blunt Resistance LV3 Resistance LV3 Fire Resistance LV7, 3 up, Heavy Resistance LV5, New, Deadly Poison Resistance LV2 Paralysis Resistance LV5 Petrifaction Resistance LV3 Acid Resistance LV4 Corrosion Resistance LV4 Faint Resistance LV3 Fear Resistance LV8 Heresy Nullity Pain Alleviation LV9, 2 up, Enhanced Vision LV10. Clairvoyance LV3, New, Evil Eye of Grudge LV2, New, Evil Eye of Stasis LV1, New, Evil Eye of Heaviness LV6, New, Enhanced Hearing LV10 Hearing Range Expansion LV1, New, Enhanced Smell LV9, 2 up, Enhanced Taste LV9, 2 up, Enhanced Touch LV9, 1 up, Divinity Area Expansion LV5, 1 up, Divine Magic Destiny LV1, New, Body Flicker LV3, 2 up, Durability LV3, 2 up, Herculean Strength LV5, 1 up, Solid LV5, 1 up, Idatan LV5, 1 up, Taboo LV9, 1 up, NIW. Skill Point 0. Title: Gross Feeder Blood Relative Eater Assassin Monster Killer Poison Technique User Thread User Merciless Monster Slaughterer Ruler of Pride Ruler of Patience Ruler of Wisdom Drake Killer Fear Bringer Dragon Killer, New.